for you that the premiums are not working towards the city's goals. And so what's it going to take? Is it going to be another year before we actually get to a solution? I think it makes sense for you all to continue with this in a deliberate manner and try to think through what the right premiums are for our city. But it seems clear to me that the premiums pre-2019 were working better than the premiums now. So why not just come forward with a straight rollback ordinance? You could do this, immediately. Yeah, it would take a couple meetings to get through all the process, but this wouldn't take a year to figure out. And then after we've reverted the premiums to the ones that actually worked, they were not perfect, then you could continue the process of thinking about what the right approach actually is. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else present that would like to address the Planning Commission?
Good evening. My name is Scott Trudeau, 526 North Main Street. I wasn't planning to speak at this point, but just to piggyback on Mr. Goodman's comments, I'll make the observation that we've seen a number of planned unit development proposals near downtown for high-density projects, and we've also seen the university begin to gobble up a whole bunch of land adjacent to downtown. The university clearly sees a need for significantly more housing, as do developers for the student market. And if you talk to any students, you know how difficult it is for them to secure any kind of housing of any quality anywhere near campus. Downtown is a great place to put that housing, and we're not getting it. So I think the evidence is pretty clear that the problem is urgent, it's significant, the demand is still there, and I will also urge you to please consider the problem an urgent one and act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else present that would like to address the Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair Randall. My name is Ken Garber. I live at 28 Haverhill Hill Court. I agree with the previous two speakers on the urgent need for new housing in Ann Arbor, but I'd like to talk a little bit about something else. What happened to the gas ban ordinance? You last discussed it on December 6th. It was up for review at your February 14th working session with a March 6th vote. Those dates and two other working sessions have come and gone, nothing. As the Platte Road townhomes remind us, gas-burning developments aren't exactly pausing while we sit on this. Meanwhile, the following groups have come out against the gas ban: DTE Energy, the Home Builders Association of Michigan, or HBAM, the National Federation of Independent Business, 2 utility worker trade unions, and 9 local builders whose letter is in your packet. They all want to keep doing things the same way they've always done them. But that is insane. You may have read or heard about the IPCC report that came out yesterday. If you haven't had time to read it, I brought a visual aid. Those aren't the only guys who get to show pictures. So we have a remaining carbon budget of 380 gigatons of CO2 to have a 50% chance of stopping global heating at 1.5 degrees Celsius. We're at 1.1 to 1.2 degrees now. 1.5 degrees will mean millions of deaths and wide ecosystem collapse, goodbye coral reefs, but it will avoid the worst effects of climate change. Given that the world emitted 38 gigatons CO2 last year, a record, we only have 10 years left, even if emissions level off, and they're not. They're still rising. This pie slice shows our remaining carbon budget in the context of historical emissions. From the report, quote, "Without rapid, deep, and sustained mitigation and accelerated adaptation actions, losses and damages will continue to increase, including projected adverse impacts in Africa, LDCs, that's less developed countries, SIDS, that's small island developing states, Central and South America, Asia, and the Arctic, and will disproportionately affect the most vulnerable populations." End quote. The current famine in the Horn of Africa and the flooding in Pakistan are nothing compared to what's coming. This graph, taken from the Global Carbon Project, Global Carbon Budget Project, shows the task we face. Emissions have risen steeply since 2000. They rose 1% last year, 1.3% in the US. Now the graph tells us we must get to true zero, not net zero, by 2040. That means rich countries must zero out by 2035 at the latest to give poor countries more time to catch up in development. And again, this is just for a 50% chance of 1.5 degrees. For a higher chance, it's net zero by 2030, the H20 target. We're not going to get there if we listen to the DTEs and the HBAMs of the world. If we do, the line will go like this, or this, not this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else present that would like to address the Planning Commission? Do we have anybody in line virtually?
There are currently 2 hands raised. The first hand raised is Shane Thomas Salvatore Gunther. Shane, you have permission to speak.
Thank you. I would just like to speak about the PUD sorry, I forget the street name, but across from E Squad. And I would just like to say that I represent a student organization on campus, and we are incredibly pro the PUD to increase the number of apartments. Because as we all know, Ann Arbor is in a housing crisis, country's in a housing crisis. We need as many apartments as possible.
Will there be a dedicated public hearing for the 721 South Forest? This is a time to address.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm so
no
sorry.
problem.
Church.
Oh, wait.
Is he talking about church or forest?
Oh,
He's
I'm
saying
talking
across from East
about
Quads. So I think that he's
Oh,
saying
my
church.
apologies. My apologies.
Sorry, you can continue on.
Oh,
They are right next,
sorry.
they are very
I
close
just
to each
got
other.
Our club meeting, yes. I guess I can just talk about both then. But yes, this one. So we very much support the addition of apartment buildings because, of course, we're in a housing crisis, we're in a climate crisis, and the solution to both is dense housing, which this would very much be. And so I just would like to say that I very much urge you guys to approve this. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. There's still a second hand raised.
Yes, our next hand raised. Excuse me, our next hand raised is Alex Lowe. Alex Lowe, you have permission to speak.
Hi, this is Alex Lowe calling in from Ward 3 to echo the statements of several previous speakers. First, we desperately need more housing in and near downtown. Second, we desperately need to reduce our CO2 output. Fortunately, these goals will work in tandem. More downtown housing will mean shorter commutes for people, less need to drive long distances, etc. Unfortunately, and fairly counterintuitively, banning new natural gas hookups within the city limits may have the opposite of the intended effect. I would absolutely love to ban new natural gas hookups and indeed eliminate natural gas altogether. And we need to do that at the state level. What's going to happen if we do it at the city level is that it will be more expensive to build in the city, which, as Mr. Goodman's discussion on premiums already pointed out, it is causing a reduction in new construction. And so people will end up building new housing out in the townships where they have the natural gas hookups and where people are forced to drive into the city to work. I would love to see natural gas banned altogether, but we have to do that at the federal level and at the state level. Doing it within the city will harm our climate goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to our regular business section and begin with 8A, which is the Platte Road Townhome Site Plan for City Planning Commission approval, wetland use permit, and landscape modification. This is for 3680, 3696, 3746, and 3788 Platte Road.
Chair Gabrando, while the petitioner's coming up to start their presentation, we do have item 7, which is public hearings for the next meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped right over that. Thank you for correcting me.
At the next regular session of this body on April 4th at 7 p.m., there will be a proposed project at 2929 Plymouth Road. University of Michigan Credit Union is presenting a site plan and special exception use for City Planning Commission approval. It is a proposal to build a 4,740 square foot building with 3 drive-through lanes, 22 parking spaces on a 1-acre site. It is currently zoned office. A special exception use is requested for the 3 drive-through teller lanes.
Okay, thanks. All righty, now we will move on to 8A, onto the Platte Road Townhomes. So first, we will have a petitioner presentation for 10 minutes on the project.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Andy Millia. I'm a development consultant here on behalf of Trowbridge Holdings, the petitioner. Also with me tonight is Mr. Anthony Randazzo, who's the principal of Trowbridge Holdings, John Curry, who's our civil engineer, and Bill Jarrett, who's our architect. So we're here, happy to answer any questions. I've got a very quick 5-minute PowerPoint, which I think will answer some of your questions. We've enjoyed working with your staff over the last several years on this project, have made significant progress, and are pleased that they're recommending approval tonight. What we're designing is 78 townhome unit development on Platte Road. Quickly, the profile of the developer, Mr. Randazzo has over 40 years of experience in residential and commercial buildings, high-quality single-family homes, apartments, shopping centers, as well as office and industrial building. On the photos on the right are 3 photos of recent and current projects, the Hazelton and Royal Oak, townhomes of Caswell and Troy, and the Dakota and Birmingham, all very high quality in communities that are similar to Ann Arbor, that have both an urban downtown and a suburban outskirts. So very familiar with developing in these types of communities. And Mr. Randazzo has also built several projects in Ann Arbor as well in the last few years. The development team is Mr. Randazzo's company, Bill Jarrett, Jarrett Architects, civil engineers here as well tonight, John Curry from PEA, and landscape architect Verdi architecture firm. Summary of events, as I've indicated, this project started actually almost close to 4 years ago in 2019. We worked through the wetland issues on the site, conducted a market study, looked at different concepts, again, all working in conjunction with your fine staff. We originally had a project that was 43 units that was submitted, recommended, and then we've gone back and added some density to it, still all fitting within the same footprint as the original, just made the units a little bit smaller, but all fitting in the same footprint. So what's before you tonight is the site plan approval, wetland and landscape plan for a 78-unit townhome development. The project is where the red arrow is. It's on the west side of Platte Road, just north of I-94 freeway. It's in a little bit of an older area of town, and we think that this will help revitalize the area as well with building a quality townhome project in this area. Here is, again, the site, west side of Platte Road. Heavily treed on the south side. We'll be preserving those trees on the south side. We are removing a few landmark trees and then replacing those, and we're also contributing just under $50,000 into the preservation area. So you'll see on the landscaping plan it'll be enhanced, and we're taking nice use of the site and incorporating it, protecting the wetland areas on the site as well. Here is the plan overlaid on the aerial. Again, you can see the protection on the south side, the protection of the wetland on the property, a nice continuation of buffer around the west end of the property, and landscape treat area on the east side as well. Landscape plan, these are additional enhancements to the site in addition to a lot of the vegetation that will remain on site. Architecture is modern, high-quality design. These are what's called stacked townhomes, which are 3 stories with parking on the grade level and then 2 stories of living space above. They are what's considered a 2-car tandem garage. Rear and side elevations, again, the use of high-quality materials and aesthetically a very nice looking product that will fit in well in harmony with the site. We have 2 concepts. One's a 39-foot concept and one's a 42-foot concept. Multiple 3-bedroom, 2-bath units. You can see the first floor again. On the right is parking in the garage. Second floor and third floor would be living spaces with bedrooms on the third floor and a combination of bedrooms and living area on the second floor. 42-foot concept is just slightly larger and similar configuration. Unit sizes are 1,250 square feet, 1,350 square feet. So we're bringing a product into the market we think that is badly needed in this market. It's not a luxury high-rise apartment. It's not a 700-foot apartment. It's a very marketable unit that will attract families, and it could attract graduate students, but it provides a housing need currently needed in this market, in this location. Sustainability is very important to us. We reviewed the letter from the Sustainability Office, and they provided several recommendations, and we're pleased to incorporate many of those recommendations into this plan. Specifically, all the garages would have the conduit outlets for future EV charging stations in each unit, high-efficiency appliances in the units, LED lighting in all public lighting areas. We would encourage use of public transportation, although we're providing garages and cars and feel that many people will still need that. We're encouraging the bus route and would offer discounted passes to those people that choose not to have a car on site. Although this might not be as popular in 2023, it'll become increasingly popular, and we're happy to write that into a lot of the lease offerings. Designated area for compost will be designated on site, and there will also be minimized gas use. The best that we can that's practical in today's environment. So we would mandate electric cooktops, electric stoves, and electric dryers would be mandated for all the units. We're available for any questions, both of myself or Mr. Randazzo or the architect or the engineer. Thank you.
Staff presentation. Mr. Chang?
Yeah, I think the developer did an excellent job of making the presentation. Can you not hear me? I would just add just a couple of items that just to touch on, that there is a landscape modification as part of this application. They are planting the trees that are required. They just can't fit in the public right-of-way, so they're going to plant them behind the sidewalks. They're also asking for a wetland use permit. That's really just boring under one of the wetlands to make a connection to the sanitary sewer. In both cases, the staff reviewer has supported these modifications to the site plan. I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Okay, we will open the public hearing for this project. This is an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes. We'll first call on people who are here and then people who are remote. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will select callers that have raised their hands. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. Please move to a quiet area. For either method, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anybody present that would like to speak on this project? You can come up to the top. You get 3 minutes and just state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Phil Hoon. I live at 3154 Williamsburg, which is across from this proposed building. I I was actually here August 16th last year for this, and at that time I mentioned a couple of things at that time. And one of the major issues that we see within our townhomes that we have, there are 426 townhomes across the street from this development. Beyond that, there's a middle school and an elementary school, and so there's a major traffic issue that I perceive, especially when I'm trying to leave our Williamsburg entrance, that I feel that you need to address. Currently, as I said, there's 427 townhomes that Colonial Squares is. Currently, there's actually 2 subdivisions that have just been built along Platt Road near Michigan Avenue, and there are 4 more subdivisions going down Platt Road that are in design at this point. So traffic coming in and out of Platt Road is going to be horrendous as far as I'm concerned. It's going to be increasing throughout the years as these developments happen. And this also affects the people who are going to be living in these townhouses, is they have to get out. And I believe that the way it's been architected is that they're going to be basically mirroring our exit from Colonial Squares, and it will be, across the street from that. So I don't know what your intentions are in terms of traffic, if you're going to be putting a light in or whatever is going to happen. But I would like to find out what your intentions are for dealing with traffic. Also at the time I mentioned that there are 90 acres of woods that are Scarlet Mitchell woods, and there's current traffic of animals actually going from the wooded area from Scarlet Mitchell Woods all the way over to Mary Beth Doyle Park, and so there's going to be some issues along the animals too, which I also mentioned that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else present who would like to speak on this project?
Thank you, Chair Randall. I know what you're thinking, of course. But last year I suggested that planning staff calculate the greenhouse gas emission impact of each new development as part of the review process. That didn't happen, but that's okay. I took it on as a personal responsibility. I also said developers should have to model and disclose their building's energy use intensity. That hasn't happened either, but it's still possible to make a reasonable emissions estimate. So Platt Road. This is warning, nerd alert here, this is going to be extremely boring. As you just heard, there are 2 floor plans, one 1,250 square feet, one 1,350. Let's assume half of each. That's 101,400 square feet. Consumers Energy cites a 52.9 kilobTU per square foot annual energy use from gas consumption for new mid-Michigan low-rise multifamily buildings. Multiplied by this project's total building square footage, you get 5.4 million kilobTUs, or 58,000 therms. Now multiply this by a greenhouse gas conversion factor of 13 kilograms per therm, which takes into account upstream methane and CO2 emissions. That gives 702 metric tons CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas emissions a year just from gas combustion in these 78 townhomes. Now this will be partially offset because some current commuters will move here. SEMCOG reports that the average Ann Arbor commute is 19.3 miles. Let's assume a net of 1 person a day commuting an average round trip distance of 38.6 miles to and from Ann Arbor for half of these 78 units. That's 1,505 miles a day, or 31,300 miles a year, excluding weekends. At 30 miles per gallon, that's just over 13,000 gallons of gasoline. They emit 11.3 kilograms CO2 per gallon, higher than the EPA estimate of 8.9 kilograms, taking into account upstream emissions. That gives you 147 metric tons CO2 emissions that you're saving by converting commuters to residents. That's 1/5 the emissions from burning gas in these furnaces. Total net emissions impact from Platt Road townhomes, just from these gas furnaces, 555 metric tons CO2 equivalent emissions a year. That, of course, does not include emissions embedded in building materials or indirect emissions from dirty power generation from DTE. Just from gas, we are putting almost 600 net metric tons extra emissions into the atmosphere each year for decades to come. So I have 30 seconds, so I've got to use it, of course. Alex Lowe called in and said we can't have a gas ban because developers will flee Ann Arbor en masse. There's no evidence that this has happened in any of the 50-odd communities that have adopted gas ban ordinances. Ann Arbor is a very desirable place to live. Developers know this. I don't think we're going to see a surge of township projects. And as far as cost goes, basically for new construction, they're at parity or close. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else present that would like to speak on the Platte Road project?
Hello, Scott Trudeau again, 526 North Main Street. So to also follow on the previous commenter who brought a lot of math to the table, one of the things I think to keep in mind is, yes, the emissions from a commuter in the township is not as much as the emissions from a gas-heated home. However, those people who are going to move to the townships and outside of the city limits will also live in gas-heated homes because our neighbors have not and are not considering an electrification ordinance. And the economics of the electric heat pumps and other things are tricky. I think if we were talking single-family homes, the evidence is pretty clear that over the lifetime of the building, the economics are pretty good, and like we would probably see just as many single-family homes if we required electrification or not right now. I think when we talk higher density construction, and I think if any of you have talked to people trying to build larger, more substantial projects that are electrified in the city, the economics are very different. And so there's a very significant risk, especially over the next decade or so, that if we mandate full electrification for any new construction, we will be driving people to live into the townships, because we're not going to just make people decide not to exist. They're going to want to live somewhere, and if we're not building homes within the city limits that allow for shorter commutes, they're going to live somewhere. And if they're going to live somewhere, it's going to be heated in a gas-heated home or a large single-family house, which we don't have a lot of room to build in the city or even near the city at this point. So I encourage you to really weigh that seriously. Because we are responsible for the effects of our decisions, whether the effects happen outside of the city limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else present who would like to speak on this project? Anybody in line virtually?
At this time, we have one person with their hand raised. Alex Lowe, you have permission to speak.
Hi, this is Alex Lowe again, calling from Ward 3, just a stone's throw away from the Platte Road Townhome site, actually. I'm glad to see the positive improvements that have been made on this plan since it previously came to Planning Commission. I'm especially happy to see the increase in unit count, although I do wish there could have been more. I would have liked to have seen some further improvements, though, most notably a plan for pedestrian connection to the green space behind the development and a reduction in the impervious surface on this property. The former would improve parks access not only for residents on this new property, but also for others in the area, such as those on the Colonial Square cooperative right across Platte, since it could connect this property to both Pilgrim Park and Mary Beth Doyle Park without the noisy, fume-filled walk along Platte Road. The latter, of course, could be achieved by reducing the width of the main driveway within this development and getting rid of the unnecessary setbacks from the main driveway to each individual garage. This would also provide some more green space within the development. While I believe there could and should be more units here and less space dedicated solely to motor vehicles, if this is the compromise we can get, I believe it's better than letting the space continue to wallow. I also want to thank the developers for listening to my previous comment about gas stoves and mandating electric cooktops. While I'd love to see ground source heat pumps, I'm glad a previous speaker showed just how much this will be reducing our CO2 emissions, especially since townhomes are widely known to be a more energy efficient type of building than the likely single family homes that would go up in the townships to replace them. So building a more energy efficient type of building and reducing commutes seems like a huge win to me on that front. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else waiting to speak?
We have two more hands raised. The first is phone number ending in 360. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening. This is Nadia Ben Hamida. I also live in Williamsburg Road. Just to reiterate what the first speaker said, we have two entrances on the Williamsburg or Colonial Square, and both of them exit from Platt Road. So we're very worried about the construction that will be there because it's already a nightmare in the mornings to leave when we go to work or drop kids to school, to even find a moment or a space to exit. The cars come, they are packed, they don't leave a space for that entrance. So I don't even think that even a light will be helpful to that extent. I think the best would be to maybe do a 2 lines when you design for construction, to think about increasing the size of that road. It's a very narrow road with a lot of traffic. So in being in Colonial Square, it's becoming a problem for us. Thanks.
Thank you.
The last hand raised is James Demore. James Demore, you have permission to speak.
Madam Chair, can you hear me? Hello?
You can be heard.
Great. Thanks for taking me in at the last minute. I've certainly been interested in this project. I was on the Planning Commission when iteration came before us, so it's interesting to see the progress that has happened. Just some quick comments, just in general. I would hope in terms of development that we do go to all electric format as much as we can, simply because we simply, when we have the equation of gas-fired homes in the townships versus the city, we have no control over that happening. So we have to make our own houses as best as we could. Regarding density in general, if we build it here, it doesn't prevent one iota from them building it elsewhere within the township. These are the considerations in terms of the development of the project. That being said, I hope the decisions you'll make tonight will be reasonable, and you'll take into account neighborhood concerns. Certainly, I'm interested in impacts in terms of abutting Mary Beth Doyle Park. But nice connectivity there, but this is where we are right now. That being said, thanks for considering my remarks.
Thank you. All right, I will read the 3 motions, and I recommend that we just take them all as one. So the first one is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission approves the Platt Road Townhomes site plan and recommends approval of the development agreement as the site plan complies with all the applicable requirements of the Unified Development Code and other applicable laws, ordinances, standards, and regulations, and based on the following conditions. All parcels must be combined before the issuance of any building permits, and final approval from the Washington County Resource Commissioner. The second one is the Planning Commission approves the wetland use permit for the Platt Road Townhomes project site plan. And the third is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby approves the proposed landscape modifications according to Chapter 55 Unified Development Code, Section 5.20.10B, to require 1 tree for right-of-way screening every 45 feet. Moved by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Dish. We are in discussion on Platte Road. Commissioner Dish.
Thanks to the petitioner and staff for the really informative presentations. It is great to see that the petitioner offers, because we are not in a position to compel, so it is great to see that the petitioner offers high-efficiency appliances and lighting, discounted bus passes, and electric cooktop stoves and dryers. However, it seems to me that, or if I'm reading this proposal correctly, you are proposing, or the project proposes EV capable, nothing EV ready, or rather nothing EV installed. And that doesn't seem, perhaps this project started before we had the ordinance, but we've had many petitioners offer to comply with our current regulations. So I wonder why this doesn't. OSI had requested that at the very least you do a feasibility study to price out alternatives to gas heating. I wonder if you had done that and you just didn't share the results, and I'd be curious to hear what they were. They also requested that you price out solar and on-site battery storage, and at a minimum provide for solar readiness so that the people who buy these homes, if they want to install solar, it's facilitated for them. So those 3 questions are questions I'm putting on the table for debate from colleagues or the petitioner, and then I would like to hear staff speak to the concerns that have been raised about traffic.
What would you like to start with, the petitioner or with staff? Why don't we start with the petitioner?
Thank you for your comments. We thank the public for their comments, and we understand the environment that we're working in, and we're working very collaboratively with staff, with researchers, and with the market as well. Is to address Ms. Dish's comments specifically, the recommendation from the Sustainability Office was to make the units have the conduits for the EV stations and to have panel availability within the electric panel. It wasn't to actually put the chargers in. So they will be equipped so that if a charger wanted to go in, could put it in on a moment's notice, and all the conduit would already be in place for it. So, if and when electric vehicles take on more popularity, those units would be upgraded, and they're equipped for that. We are currently studying solar. We don't want to put solar on the ground because it's not practical. It would take up ground space. It's very small roof line, and there's a lot of trees in there. So it's not a extremely popular or practical place for solar. We are studying it. We would potentially make it available for the future. We did do a rudimentary feasibility study on electric. It would add several $1,000s to each unit to make furnaces electric and water heaters electric, but that's not the concern as much. The concern is passing that cost on to the consumer to operate a much more inefficient system in terms of cost from an electric system. So what should be noted here is when you look at this product, these are not single-family homes. So they are well insulated. The home's back onto another heated unit. They're 3 stories, so there's, the heat will rise. So there will be less heat generated from these units, less furnace use than a typical single-family home. So they're very efficient units. They're very efficient from a insulation standpoint. They're very efficient from a design standpoint. All the appliances would be high-efficiency furnaces and appliances. So we have done a lot to make it a energy efficient, albeit partial electric and partial gas unit. And we're currently studying battery storage, but not in time for this plan. But I hope I've answered your questions. Thank you.
did you want staff to respond to the traffic?
Okay, just in regards to the EV, it is for townhouse dwelling units, 100% required for EV capable. So, and that's what they've meant. I'm scrolling through, I can tell you that the transportation engineer did approve this. I just don't have a very good summary until I go through here and I think and start reviewing the comments, but it was approved upon, their initial submittal.
Anybody else? Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Thank you. I'll piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Dish's questions. So to the petitioner, again, if you want to come back up. I guess my first question, and maybe I missed this somewhere, are these rentals or are these for sale townhomes?
They would be initially rental units, but they're built townhome quality, so they could be for sale in the future.
Okay. I mean, I agree with you. I think this size is needed in the market here. I think that rent or sell, like these will be very popular with families.
Yes.
So thank you for providing that type of housing.
Sure.
I think my only real thing would be just like to push you as much as we can on the solar and batteries. If like the Inflation Reduction Act has a lot of rebates, especially if you're going to be renting them initially. The developer would keep, I think, those rebates. Heat pump water heaters, solar appliances, et cetera. Don't let anybody tell you heat pump water heaters don't work in Michigan, because they do. I just got one. And somebody actually told me they would not work. And if the solar does work, obviously, then your electric costs would be lower if you're putting in those types of appliances. So I just encourage you to keep looking at that as much as possible and look into these rebates, because I think that will help make it pencil more, perhaps.
We will. We would like that not to be a condition, but we would continue to, study that. And Mr. Randazzo and his son is here. Another generation are long-term holders, and very investment in cost savings are very important. Tony, you want to add to this?
We're working with Dr. Anna, Tony Randazzo. We're working with Donna Anna Stefanopoulou. She's the Director of Engineering, and she specifically asked me to work with her regarding the battery. I'm very pro-environmental. I believe we need to save energy. I do believe there's global warming. It is a concern to me personally. If you recall, when we did our project on Main Street, we are going to have electric furnaces there, so that was a concession. However, and they're going to be for sale, so they're going to probably boot the cost if there is any. I've had some mixed reviews. They are getting better. However, we believe in affordability, and I think it's imperative that we consider that in the city. That's why these units are kind of snug, very efficient. We built a project down the street on Caswell and Stone School, so we're very familiar with what people want. I think this is an improvement. And the other thing is we do energy seal all of our units, which gives you a higher efficiency. And you probably know this, but the furnaces of today are much more efficient than the ones of the 90 plus. And the heat bills are really very moderate. Just something to think about.
Thank you. If you can get the solar things figured out before, I think you go to council. I think that would be helpful for their. Wait, did this go to council? No, it's not a rezoning. I always get confused about this. Okay, it stops here. All right.
We will continue to look at it, although we don't want it contingent, because it's just a benefit for everybody in common sense.
Right. Okay.
So,
well, thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Mills.
I concur with what everyone said, and my sense is that this fits within the parameters of the existing zoning, like others. I encourage you to think more about the sustainability, but to some of the calculations that were brought up, I agree with what everyone said. I had a student dig into some of the calculations, and I would just also point out that if this were to be built elsewhere, it's not just outside in a township. It's not just the commuting into the city that adds, that would add emissions. It's also in those places you have to commute for, or you have to drive for all of your other things. So it's not just the commuting emissions, but it's also the within town kind of running errands that are really car dependent. And so I think that there's, someday this will be all electric. It will need to be, just to make that very clear. I encourage you to continue to look, and in the things that you're developing, to always put that on the table. But I think that this does meet the standards that we've set forth.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abrams.
I just wanted to return to the question on traffic, and maybe just for the public benefit, you could describe what it means to say that it was approved. Like, what are the criteria for approval, and are residents' concerns about increased traffic in that area being met?
I wish I were a traffic engineer and I could explain it. Actually, I was kind of looking through the summary. It is in the EnerGov as the attachments. I do know it was approved. I was looking just for a brief summary, but it really doesn't give a summary that I could state. But I can tell you that it is uploaded. I don't want to put words in the transportation engineer's mouth, so.
I guess I was just asking, like, could anyone describe what are the general conditions for approval? That means that the traffic engineer has concluded that there are no concerns about increased traffic above a certain threshold or traffic safety. Is there anyone who could help?
Yeah, so generally traffic is looking at a variety of things. They're looking at how the proposed development interacts with our road network. So that tends to be a lot of analysis in consultation with our engineering department about things like radiuses, clearances, visibility, how those intersections actually intersect with the road network. In addition to that, for a project, I'm presuming this had a traffic impact study. City Planner Cheng can correct me if I'm wrong, that they are also providing data as to how this project will change volumes in the network. That model then projects how, if and how it might have impacts to delays at intersections. I will say, though, that our traffic analysis standards have not changed and evolved with a lot of what I think we would be thinking. Basically is that the traffic analysis is complete, it meets basic safety configuration requirements, and it doesn't, if the level of service dips below DE to DE or F, the site plan could be recommended for denial. That doesn't mean it is recommended for denial. I don't know that this project is, I can't speak to the traffic impact study, but based on a volume of the number of units, I would be very surprised that this would have a significant change on the level of service. Some of the factors that commissioners are already talking about, the biggest impact on level of service on Platte or any road in our city are job creation, the university, units. I think it was mentioned, units happening in the city provide the opportunity for alternative modes, but I want to be clear, from a non-traffic engineer but a planner perspective, the level of service on our roads is going to decrease with time unless the University of Michigan and all of our job centers decide, nah, we're cool, let's not bring anybody else to the hospital or to the University of Michigan.
So, and I would just add, I just opened up the traffic review. Not sure, I don't want to put words in the traffic engineer's mouth, but they've done it under several, I think, uses, one being multi-housing low-rise, one being multifamily housing low-rise, mid-rise, mid-rise, and all of them, if I'm just looking at it, just in summary, it's stating it's around, from 7 to 9 a.m., it's 0.46 average rate per dwelling unit, so a half a trip during peak hours at 7 to 9. If I look at it, at 4 to 6 p.m., again, it's about a half, 0.56 per dwelling unit. So it's less than a trip during, the morning and afternoon peak hours. So they're roughly around 0.56, 0.44, somewhere around there from what they've submitted.
Madam Chair, one of the things that the planners look at and the traffic consultants and your own ordinances, your density ordinance is designed for a particular area and particular road structure. So your own density ordinance contemplated this many units and this much traffic. So it's kind of incorporated within that. What we're finding in this townhome product, both in your community and many other communities, is COVID changed the world and it changed the work process. And we have so many more people working from home, or if they're not working from home, they have more of a flex time commuting structure. So the traffic is now among all the communities spread out over much of an area. So consequently, we're not getting as much pushback on traffic in many of the communities, and traffic has become much better. And this meets within the criteria of that.
Anybody else? Commissioner Sauvé.
I'm imagining you're going to bring this up, but I'm going to maybe, the kind of last thing that I heard was concerns about kind of nature migrations on the southern edge of the site. And as I understand it, there's an additional parcel before the highway, and you've got a detention basin that connects. But can you speak to kind of your landscape plan and some of the migrations between the parks that are happening, and if you've evaluated those with the situation of the building?
Yeah, I'm going to ask John Curry, the civil engineer, to come up and address your specific question.
Could you rephrase what your concern was? Was it with landscaping?
We heard a bit about migration over to the Mary Beth Doyle from the forest area behind the schools. And so now that there's a large area of natural landscape that's going to be interrupted by new development, as I read the plan, there's a detention pond on the south side and this additional kind of green space for that migration between the two green areas in the neighborhood. But was that evaluated at all in terms of kind of natural migration patterns or movement between natural areas of the like the area beyond your site?
As far as like wildlife migration?
Yes.
We did not specifically look at that.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of buffer around it still. I mean, if you look at it, there's still a lot of green around with the marsh behind the back and all that protected area.
Mhm.
I don't know the direct route they're talking about,
Yeah.
but directly south of us is, I know that's a private parcel and we don't know where it'll be.
Yep.
But to the south currently, between us and the expressway is still green, and then certainly the entire east side or the west side of the property is all natural and preserved, so.
And as I understand, it's like 110 feet to the south side from the last building structure, so you've got a 100-foot-ish band.
Yes, to the property line.
To the
Right.
property
There's
line.
that very southwest corner is all left natural.
Okay. So the likelihood of that southern residence developing its parcel, you'd always have at least a 100-foot band between properties.
Yes.
Of green space as it's planned.
Also, the floodplain kind of comes through there. So even when that does develop, they're going to be
They're gonna be
limited
cut
to how
off
far
by
back they can go.
some of that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it. And I mean, I would just kind of echo comments overall from everybody, like, continue to develop as you move towards the building permit process. I think there's a lot of innovation and tax capture for incentives.
And I would just add to that, that the housing type that you have seems particularly well-suited, actually, to be able to, because all these units, thin, all next to each other, are actually, it's not a high-rise, so it's very different in that way. It's really set up well to be able to handle electrification, and if you can do the solar, then, and you're renting, that pays for itself over time. So that's another piece of the puzzle, just think about as you're doing it, especially with the 30% rebate that the government is giving. So again, we don't have teeth for that right now, but it's something that we really would encourage you to look at as an opportunity as well. There are people out there that can help you with this in terms of how to think through it. Okay, are we ready for a vote?
Vote on the motions as presented. Commissioner Gibrandol.
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Those motions pass.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your comments, and we'll continue to work with staff and the permitting department and incorporate a lot of the ideas. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are on to item 8B, which is 721 South Forest PUD rezoning and site plan. Looks like we are getting set up for a petitioner presentation for 10 minutes, and then we'll have a staff presentation after.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ryan Bohm with Subtext. We're the developers on the project. I'd like to thank you all for having us here tonight, and we're excited to be back in front of you and share our updates since we were last in front of you during our working session. Thanks to Brett, Matt, and staff for all your input and review of our proposal. We have a fantastic multidisciplinary team of local partners that we've brought on this project, including J. Bradley Moore and Associates, Brad Strader with MKSK Planning Consultants, John Beeson with EcoWorks Sustainability Consultants, Bill Lawrence with Urban Forestry Consulting, and Scott Betzel with Midwestern Consulting. We also have our lead design architects, WDG, who Subtext partnered with on our award-winning design for 611, which is just 2 blocks north of the subject site.
Just tell me when you want to advance slides.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Our site's located on South Forest Ave, just south of University Ave. We're just 2 blocks to the west of the university, as well as we've got the residential district there to the south. Contextually, we're in a mixed-use district. There's a wide variety of uses, including high-rise residential, mid-rise, single-family residential, commercial uses, a 7-story parking garage, and institutional uses such as university buildings, Greek life, and religious buildings as well. We hired MKSK as planning consultants to help evaluate the proposed project in the context of the site location, the central area plan, and downtown Ann Arbor. And what we found through this exercise was that the current master plan is now 14 years old, and the existing zoning is not compatible with the current use for this location or the development trends in the area as Ann Arbor strives to meet its housing and sustainability goals. Next slide. We felt that this location warranted more density given its proximity to the university, the commercial uses, and the D1 district just 1 block to the north. I think staff notes in their report as well that this location can support more density than the current land use designation. Next slide. Here's an overhead view of the connectivity. We're just over a 10-minute walk to the downtown core through the Diag, and close proximity to both the downtown commercial district and the South University and East University commercial district. This location is very appealing to students. They like the east side of campus, but by going through the Diag, it's still just a half-mile walk to get to downtown. Next slide. In addition to the walkability, this location boasts strong connections to transit and bike infrastructure. The RIDE bus line is just to the north, and Forest Ave serves as a neighborhood connector between dedicated bike lanes to the north and the south. There will be 206 bike stalls with a variety of Class A and Class C stalls, as well as e-bike charging stations on level 1. Next slide. Sustainability features on the project include a passive house-inspired envelope with double the code-required continuous insulation to reduce thermal bridging. We're proposing an all-electric building coupled with 100% renewable energy certificates covering 10 years of energy usage, 100 kilowatts building integrated solar power on the roof, 26 EV charging stalls on site out of 98 total parking stalls. We're designing the project to LEED Silver design standards, which will automatically reduce the energy usage of the project by 15%. And with 638 new beds added, we're expecting just an additional 6 vehicular trips in the peak hour. Next slide. We went through several design iterations and incorporated a number of changes in response to stakeholder feedback. Most importantly, the preservation of the local key tree canopy on the north side. This resulted in a 6-story step down in the northeast corner, and all of this together created a very rich facade. We have a fantastic delivery and rideshare drop-off lane in the front of the building to bring these uses off the street. And we're planning a first-floor community coffee shop that will be open to the public. Landscaping enhancements include native plants and pollinators. Next slide. The resulting project is 12 stories, 228 units, and 733 beds. Plus, we'll have a rooftop social lounge and those building integrated solar panels. Thank you everyone for your input, and we believe the result has turned out wonderfully. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any staff? Mr. Kowalski.
Great. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to read somewhat some of my notes from the staff report. Actually, usually I don't do that, but I want to make sure that I covered various aspects of it. So we don't have a presentation tonight, but I will read the summary aspects. So as you can see from the planning staff report, staff does not support the project in its current iteration. The density per se is not the issue at the site. I think we all agree the site could use additional density above and beyond the master plan or the existing zoning. But really the issue is the size of the structure, the massing and the height of the structure. The area, as was illustrated, is surrounded by a mix of uses as far as sorority uses as well as some group housing. In addition to that, co-ops and a couple of other multifamily structures. They are of various heights and densities. However, nothing does approach the scale of this project. So again, the additional density does appear reasonable over the current projections within the comprehensive plan as well as the existing zoning, and they have made significant steps in other areas, which I will touch on, but I will keep obviously coming back to the mass and the height issue. The proposed height as it stands right now exceeds even the maximum height in the closest D1 zoning district, which is 150 feet. That zoning district's about 300 or almost 400 feet away from the property. It does also exceed the D2 standard, which is the downtown interface. That's almost about 300 feet away. And one of the overall concerns is, as you can see from my report as well as my comments here tonight, the massing and the size that really prohibits any kind of transitional or step-down development to the adjacent districts. Again, the site is surrounded by R4C properties, which is a 30-foot height limit. Immediately adjacent and abutting the property on both the east as well as the south side is a historic district, the Washtenaw Hill Historic District. That is a mix of R2 as well as R4 zoning, again with a 30-foot height limit there. So having said that, I mean, the petitioner has really come a long way from the initial submittal. I will say in working with staff, I think architecturally the project is significantly, I think in my mind, is improved over the initial submission and really got to it fits about as well as a building of that size could. I think in the ground level is nice as well. They've come a great deal in sustainability features as well. You can see from the report, I did not summarize all of them within mine, but you can see within the supplemental regulations as well as the attachments that they provided, there are numerous sustainability elements, some of which were introduced initially, some of which they've worked with the staff at the OSI on to improve certain aspects of that. And again, very significant, noteworthy in the project is the affordable housing contribution. Now, again, that is required for a PUD of this size when it's exceeding the residential base density, but they are providing above and beyond that a contribution as well to basically up to $4.7 million from a little bit above 4.6 as a required. They were also proposing a donation. It's about $50,000 to the Ann Arbor Housing Development Corporation to assist in projects in that area. They are going, or sorry, they will also be contributing a parks donation as well to be used in the adjacent parks there. We did, as I mentioned, we did run it through the Office of Sustainability Initiatives. While they didn't support the project directly, they did acknowledge some of the improvements that the petitioner has made, and they've come a long way with that. However, again, the OSI did not support the project as it was presented. And I think really that summarizes up kind of the main comments that I wanted to cover tonight. And obviously, I will be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, we will move on to the public hearing for this. It's an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes about this project. We'll first call on people here and then call on people remotely. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will select callers that have raised their hands. When you're speaking, please move to a quiet area. For either method of participation, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. There are people here that would like to speak on this petition.
Hi, I'm Mark Gerstein of 1321 Forest Court, where I've lived for over 40 years. I am strenuously opposed to the application for a PUD at 721 South Forest. I strongly support the analysis of Matt Kowalski and the Planning Department staff in his memos of October 13th and December 12th. I strongly support the Planning and Development staff report strongly recommending denial. The proposed luxury student apartment building is totally inconsistent with the zoning of this site and the land use goals of the city's master plan. It significantly exceeds any density and building size permitted for this zoning district. The proposed building is totally out of character with the surrounding R4C neighborhood, a diverse and pleasant area of well-maintained residences, small apartment buildings, fraternity and sorority houses, and a child care center. It contravenes the central area land use recommendations that seek to encourage appropriate development to protect the existing character of neighborhoods. This project clearly does none of this, unlike the recently constructed small apartment buildings at 727 South Forest and adjacent at 1315 Hill at the corner of Hill and South Forest, as well as the Towsley Children's House. The proposal is in complete and total violation of the zoning created by the city in the recent past, establishing D1 and D2 zones. It seeks to do via a PUD what the established zoning will not allow. If this PUD project is permitted to go forward, it will make a mockery of and demolish the zoning regulations studied, negotiated, and voted on by the City Council and open up the whole area south of Willard to barely restricted development. Ignoring the city master plan and central area plans for this PUD is not how city planning is or should be done, nor should Ann Arbor be remade through single site spot zoning like this. This is precisely the only purpose of this request for a PUD for this project, which is to circumvent the existing zoning of this site. In addition, construction of this project is certain to degrade and even kill some of the landmark trees to its north at the Forest Plaza Apartments through damage to the root systems and blocking the sun during large portions of the day. This is precisely what happened with the building of Foundry Lofts on Huron at Division to the old trees to its north. I strongly urge you to reject this PUD proposal that is in total violation of the zoning and of the purposes of the Brown Union developments. Approval will only open the way for such PUD proposals in the R4Z zoned area between Willard and Hill and beyond. And lastly, do we actually really need another ground floor cafe as a public benefit? It really seems absurd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Beers, 722 South Forest. I'm the vice president of the Beta Eta Corporation, which owns and operates, we're a nonprofit organization that owns and operates the sorority house at 722 South Forest, Alpha Delta Pi. which is directly across the street from the proposed development. I'm here to represent the owners of this multi-tenant sorority house, as well as our current and future residents, which include active members of the sorority, as well as a live-in house director that is employed by our organization. Our organization has owned this home since 1933, and we have continued to provide housing for our collegiate members all of these years. We are proud of our house and the neighborhood surrounding our house. We strive to maintain the historic architecture and provide a warm and welcoming environment to our residents and their guests. We continuously invest in maintaining this older home, very old home, both structurally as well as aesthetically, and are committed to continuing the upkeep to attract future members to our organization. I actually lived in this home in the 90s, and I'm, love the neighborhood and love what it has to offer. Very safe and welcoming. Our board is concerned about this proposed development, and we strongly oppose many aspects of the proposal, and I'd like to share those concerns. Our main concerns are with regard to the height and the footprint of the building. It's so much bigger than what is there right now and seems overpowering to the neighborhood. We're worried about the shading that it will create on our property, as well as the surrounding area, and any kind of urban desert effect it might have as the glass, reflects the sunshine during the warmer weather. And what about the wind tunneling around the area and the effect in the colder months of the year? We're worried about how it will impact our landscaping. We actually had plans this summer to update, plant additional planting materials, plant additional trees, and it's all on hold now until we know what's going on with this building. We have concerns also, obviously, with the impact of construction of this facility, and what it means to trash removal, water and sewer, and how long that construction process will be and how it will impact our student residents during the school year. We're very worried about the common space at the top of the building. The rooftop facilities appear to have, a common area for people to hang out in, and we're worried about noise implications and parties and things that could happen in the evening hours, and again, in a residential area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else present who would like to address the Planning Commission?
Okay. My name is Eleanor Lynn. I live at 1321 Forest Court, 1 block away from the proposed building. I'm adamantly opposed to it, and I urge all of you to vote against it. This project would be 5 times taller than the current city zoning allows and would contain more than 9 times as many units. The scale is not at all appropriate for its surroundings, which are almost all 2- and 3-story buildings. The City Planning Department staff has twice recommended rejection of this plan. Although the developers claim that they will construct a green building, the proposed solar panels would only provide 3% of the needed energy. It would be fueled by DTE's coal-burning electric plant in Monroe. The city's Office of Sustainability and Innovations does not support approval of this project. The developers repeatedly refer to the city's outdated master plan. This is presumptuous of them and highly offensive to me. The city government, with input from citizens and elected officials, is charged with writing and revising the master plan as we see fit. Developers must petition us for approval, not the other way around. The developers say they would pay into the city's affordable housing fund. If they want to support affordable housing, they should build it themselves. Neither would this project reduce the price of rent elsewhere. In my experience, landlords of 2-story houses raise their rents to exceed those of the high-rise buildings because they consider their properties more desirable, and they get what they ask for. The developers also claim that this project would help curtail urban sprawl. That is a total fiction. The people who want housing in new buildings at the edge of town are a different market, mostly families with children, than those who might rent apartments in this project, U of M undergraduates. What's more, the developers claim there would be no impact of this project on older people. That is also not true. The neighborhood south of the U of M campus has a considerable number of older adults, many of whom made their housing decisions when it was still possible to live here on the salary one could earn at a nearby job. Many hope to age in place in a walkable location to support their good health and not be displaced by new construction. The elephant in the room is greed. Developers brag to investors about their profits. This project is not supported by the neighborhood, and I urge you to vote against it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lindy Juergens. I'm a member of Alpha Delta Pi sorority, which owns the house at 722 South Forest. We've owned the house since 1933. We have submitted a letter to you stating some specific reasons why we oppose this project. Hopefully you have all been able to read that letter, but I'm just going to highlight a few of them. The neighborhood in which our house sits is primarily made up of houses and small apartment buildings. It is very much a typical Midwest neighborhood, has typical Midwest neighborhood feel. Most of the lots in the area have grass, trees, and landscaping. Catty corner from us is a small apartment building with a beautiful grassy lawn and a circular drive. The addition of an 11 or 12-story building directly across from us will negatively affect the neighborhood feel of the area. The increase in traffic, particularly with the limited parking spaces for this building, will negatively impact all residents of the area. We are also concerned about the potential environmental effects on our house. This building may negatively impact our landscaping or green space, either due to the lack of sunlight or due to the glare from the building. We are also concerned about the effects from the wind. We are particularly concerned about any wind tunnel effect, particularly if another proposed project is built directly behind us. For these reasons that I have mentioned today, plus those in our letter and those stated by Jennifer who came before me, we urge you to reject the plans for this high-rise or any other high-rise in that neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on this project who's present?
Hello, Adam Goodman, 400 Virginia Avenue again. I think this is a great project. I think that it contributes greatly to many of the city's goals that I mentioned earlier. It would provide a lot of badly needed housing directly, and we need housing at all income levels, including both market rate and affordable. So it would provide market rate housing directly and provide, as Mr. Kowalski said, $4.7 million into the Affordable Housing Fund. I haven't looked at the numbers in a bit, so this might be off, but if I remember correctly, that's about 2/3 of what our affordable housing millage raises from the entire city in an entire year. That's huge. And Councilmember Dish heard me say this last night. Costs of construction are increasing rapidly, so the millage is not enough to successfully build all of the affordable housing developments that the city is planning. We need more, and this would go a long way. And, you know, this commission, we were talking about this as well, has been seeking to get fully electric developments, and this is one. And it has other sustainability elements on top of that. So, seems great, right? But we have this denial recommendation. And frankly, I found this disappointing and concerning. Again, where is our sense of urgency in trying to address the problems facing our city and our region? So I sort of took two specific things away from that. One was, the building is too big or too tall. I took a walk down South Forest yesterday, and I don't really notice a huge difference in character or context in a couple hundred feet between this site and the area zoned downtown zoning. It's kind of an odd mismatch of things. There are some attractive buildings, including some of the ones that other commenters have talked about, but there's a lot that's not. There's a lot of surface parking lots. I don't really consider the area taken as a whole that attractive, and especially not the building currently on 721. I think it would be improved by a new building. Now, I realize this is just a personal aesthetic opinion, but I think so is saying the building is too big or too tall. Cities often have different sized buildings in close proximity to one another. And, I also don't understand this distinction between density and mass. These are rather related concepts, I think. And then also that it's not sustainable enough. I love the folks in OSI, but this seems like a big exercise in goalpost moving. And technically, yes, this is a PUD. You do have the power to ask for whatever you want. But, I think this is already above and beyond what you were asking for most other developments. And so moving the goalposts at this point just seems, counterproductive at best. So I think it's the right project in the right place. I think the petitioner is exactly right that the current zoning isn't serving us well. And so I hope we will see a strong support from the commission tonight.
Thank you. Anybody else present who would like to address the commission?
Hello, Scott Trudeau, 526 North Main. We are reading the same script that we've been reading for 100 years or thereabouts. The parcel immediately next door to this one, of Forest Plaza, was originally proposed to be a 9-story luxury apartment building, and the immediate neighborhood reacted negatively to such a large structure being built, eventually forced the developer to cut 4 stories off the top and push it to the back of the lot so nobody could see it. I think that's a handsome building, and I think the building as originally proposed would have been handsome and a lovely asset to the street. If it had been built as proposed in the 1930s, it would be a 9-story building being proposed next to, 12-story building being proposed next to a 9-story building, and it wouldn't be so far out of context. We've gone through waves of this kind of back and forth, allowing for a little bit more to be built and then reacting against it and constraining growth. For most of the last 100 years, we've used the tools available to us to limit the ability to develop housing and meet the needs. This has been 100 years a desirable place for a lot of people who want to live close to campus and will continue to be. The alternative, if we decide this level of density is not appropriate, is that people will move further out. And to disagree with the previous commenter, who suggested that that's not how the market works. It, of course, is how the market works. Not only does giving students more options to live closer to campus free up other housing that those students would otherwise choose to live in as close as possible to campus, we've already seen developers build housing targeted to the student market far from campus, requiring them to travel in car or in shuttles, with the Trinitas project on the north side. And I fully expect that if we continue with our current momentum of limiting the ability of any kind of project for student housing to pencil downtown, and now limiting the ability of developers who want to build housing near campus using other strategies because we have basically cut off the ability to do it anywhere else, we'll see more of the ones. And we'll have students shuttling into campus on buses because that's the best option they can have available, or driving in and causing all those problems. So I think we have to live with the situation we're in. We've created some of these problems ourselves. So, so we have to make the decision, like, are we willing to accept this close to campus, or are we not? And if we're not, we're gonna, that's my prediction of exactly what we'll see. So thank you.
Thank you.
I bumped the panic button, sorry. I didn't mean to call the police on you, sorry.
Please.
My name is John Markowitz. I'm the alumni president of Delta Upsilon Fraternity, 1331 Hill Street. Our house was built in 1903. Albert Kahn built the house. It's historic, and we have a couple of apartments just adjacent to where our house is located, but they're of reasonable size, so they fit well within the environment that we have. I feel that this project is just too immense compared to the footprint of what we have in that particular area on the street. Like I said, we're not opposed to apartments. We have one, we share a driveway with one that's right next door to our property, and that allows our guys to drive out and turn off onto Forest Street and be right in that area. So I would recommend that you oppose this project based on the size of the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else present who would like to speak? We have people in line.
Madam Chair, there are 6 people with their hands raised this evening. The first caller is Adam Yeskowicz.
Hi, this is Adam Juskevich, 1430 Las Vegas Drive. Looking at this proposal, I'm confused why staff is recommending denial. It is appropriate for the surrounding area and has a number of benefits for our city. This building would be within a couple blocks of several other buildings of comparable height and density in an area dominated by student housing. We are in a housing crisis with high demand for housing and not enough supply. This would add a significant number of units to our local housing supply. That in itself is a benefit to our city. We are also in a climate crisis, and again, this development ticks a number of boxes. There have been a number of discussions around encouraging electrification or even banning natural gas. Well, this development is fully electric. They are installing solar panels so that some of the energy needs will be generated on site. They are increasing the efficiency of the envelope with extra insulation to eliminate thermal bridging. All of these are great and seem to be above and beyond what we require. Another benefit. The location is easily walkable to campus and to local businesses that are frequented by students. It's right in the thick of things in terms of student living, so residents will likely not need to drive much. This is great because we're trying to cut vehicle miles traveled in half. This benefits our Vision Zero goals as well as our A20 goals. Furthermore, this building would pay $4.7 million into our Affordable Housing Fund, which Jennifer Hall and the Housing Commission can leverage into more wonderful developments like 121 Catherine, the old Y lot at 5th and William, and other projects coming down the pike. These benefits to the city seem substantial to me, hence my confusion. This seems to check all the boxes. Please approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next hand raise is caller with phone number ending in 599. You have permission to speak. You can press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Josh Lorkey. I live at 521 Snyder Avenue. I don't have a super detailed comment on this, but I think this is a great project and should absolutely pass. It may not fit all of the immediate surrounding land uses, but it does fit the land uses of the neighborhood, given its proximity to campus and South University. I'd like to point out that there is literally a parking garage of similar height, approximately 100 feet away, not 500. As a former student of the University of Michigan, I have to remind everyone that we are in a housing crisis and homes are desperately needed in this specific area with its proximity to campus. There aren't too many places to build near campus, and we should take every opportunity, perfect or not. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
The next caller is Daniel Adams. You have permission to speak.
Good evening, Dan Adams, 1016 Daniel Street. I want to say that I'm surprised by some of the opposition comments to this project. But I've engaged in Ann Arbor housing politics for too long to be surprised. A lot of the comments we've heard tonight are pretty similar to the comments that we hear every time a project like this is in front of planning or council. I was surprised to see the staff report, and I want to address, because I think others have addressed aspects of it, but I want to talk about the finding that, this would be out of character with the surrounding district and the adjacent historic neighborhood. I went to undergrad at U of M, and I know this neighborhood really well. Anybody inclined to take these comments and these objections to this development, objections grounded in neighborhood character or partying or sunlight, really needs to go walk this neighborhood on a Friday or Saturday night. Not only is this development smack dab in one of the densest concentrations of student housing in the city, not only is it next to or adjacent to or near a number of the most notoriously loud, notoriously party-motivated Greek sororities and fraternities, but this is right next to Rick's. This is right next to the Brown Jug, Charlie's. I sort of can't help but chuckle at the notion that we can't build a dense building next to Rick's American Cafe, right? If we reject a project like this on neighborhood character grounds, we may not be fully capable of addressing our housing crisis. That just isn't going to get it done. We've got to be more aggressive than this. I understand where staff is coming from. I understand their point of view, but I'm asking planning tonight to reject that recommendation and approve this project. We need housing, and the neighborhood character concerns here are just ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, he obviously doesn't see where I live and the houses that are on my street.
The next caller is Ellen Ramsberg. You have permission to speak. I will note that a few more people added themselves to the queue. There are 5 hands raised currently. Ellen Ramsberg, you can unmute. You have permission to speak.
Okay, sorry. I just want to say that I really did appreciate the staff report and the Office of Sustainability report and their suggestion that this proposal be denied, because they took a broader look at the objectives that apply to this site, and I'll state them. One, that to ensure that these projects in areas both contribute to downtown liveliness and help buffer established neighborhoods. This is an established neighborhood. There should be buffering between a building of this size and adjacent properties. The other point I want to emphasize is that to review and revise the PUD regulations to better achieve development of appropriate scale and character, and to prevent the circumvention of zoning ordinances merely for convenience. It is really, as a citizen, it's really discouraging to hear comments from the planning commissioners after the February 23rd meeting. It's as if you're only considering density as a goal, and there are other considerations that should be taken into consideration. Existing zonings, the process that was used to plan for those zonings, the fact that proposals don't meet the qualifications of a PUD, the impact on childcare facilities, the impact on existing structures, those are all part of making this decision. To a citizen and a neighbor, it seems that density is the only goal, and there are just too many other considerations that should be taken. We would like to have confidence in planning commissions to consider the impact on the existing structures around it, on what an addition of this scale does to those properties, on whether it improves sustainability of surrounding properties as well as its own, whether it addresses really the need for affordable housing or just pushes up rental rates for nearby properties. Taking a hard look at a proposal in view of the comprehensive plan should be required, not only to add density, but to ensure that the developments don't have a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you.
Our next caller is phone number ending in 955. You have permission to speak. Can press star 6
Good evening,
to unmute.
this is Kirk. Good evening, Kirk Westfall, 3505 Charter Place. I just wanted to share my strong support for this project. I think it's really an exciting building and honestly a glimpse of what we're going to be seeing in the future. My only nitpicks about it, if changes do get made, is that you get rid of the strange suburban kind of front setback, and as well as the parking, because clearly it's not very needed in this district. I think the community benefits are super compelling. As has been noted before, the sustainability performance might be the highest of any large building that's been built in the city. The affordable housing contribution, yes, it's required, but the scale of it is really compelling and I would imagine unmatched by any other project. And I think it's completely appropriate for a PUD because no zone can really exact these kinds of benefits and contributions and sort of the future technology that the city is looking for out of buildings. So and again, this is if approved, this would go to council, I believe, to get the actual rezoning considered. So I think in that respect, it deserves another hearing at council. So, PUDs are a judgment call. I would just urge you to consider the climate impacts of not building this building and also the climate benefits of building this building. And what is the actual harms that are being weighed against this building that the neighbors are discussing? I think character is a word that is not going to, will continue not to age well when we're talking about discriminating against apartments. And I would just like you to consider where these units will go and how many smaller projects would have to be built to accumulate this number of housing units in a badly underserved area of the city. Thanks a lot for your consideration.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Eric Zakar. You have permission to speak.
Hi, this is Eric Zecker. I'm at 2435 Prairie Street in Ann Arbor. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. I was just calling in to say that I support this project and I hope that you vote in favor of it. I've listened a lot to the callers here for both for and against the project, and I think that having walked and biked through this neighborhood a lot, I'm not a neighbor, but I do use this area quite a bit, both when I was a student in the area and as a father and a U of M employee. My general comment is, if not here, then where? I mean, the students that are living in student housing are already here. And as a previous caller mentioned, if we don't build large student developments adjacent to campus, as this is, then we will be building them somewhere within the city. We'll be building them on the north side, the far northeast, the west side, and you'll be starting to get sprawling developments in areas where students have to drive to campus, and that certainly doesn't meet any of our sustainability goals. It won't result in the contribution to affordable housing that this development does. Probably won't get all electric like this one does, and it won't be walkable. I mean, a lot of these students, not kids, that are going to be living here will be able to walk to and from their jobs, from campus. It's very bus amenable. It's really lovely that there's folks in this area who feel like they have a sense of place already. The folks that live in the small Forest Court area, it's lovely. The folks that run the sororities, it's great that they're able to provide housing for students, but it's a drop in the bucket as far as the demand goes in the area. There's so much greater demand than what's being currently served, and this area is where we want to serve this population. We want these students to be close to campus. We want them to be safe and in an area that already serves them well. So I think that this project makes a lot of sense, especially given everything that they're willing to put forward, whether it's the affordable housing contribution, solar, all electric. It's great. I think that it should be approved, and I hope you do approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 3 more hands in the queue at this point. Our next caller is Meredith Kahn. You have permission to speak.
Hi, my name is Meredith Kahn. I'm a resident of the 5th Ward at 817 Pomona Road. And I'm calling to express my support for the 721 South Forest PUD rezoning and site plan. While I respect the city's planning staff and have read their analysis, I'm asking the Planning Commission to vote to approve the rezoning and the site plan. This proposed development has several important benefits for the city and for its residents, and it represents an opportunity for us to plan for the city we want, rather than be limited by the constraints of the past. If a highly desirable student neighborhood adjacent to campus and the South University Commercial Corridor is somehow inappropriate for denser development, then that's an indication that the current zoning of the site and the city's 14-year-old master plan are insufficient to meet our stated goals of addressing housing affordability and climate change. Everyone agrees that we need more housing here in Ann Arbor, so let's build some in exactly the place where it's needed and wanted, close to school, jobs, and community amenities. As planning commissioners, the choices you make will affect the community for decades to come. If we are truly in a climate emergency, if we truly want to make Ann Arbor a more inclusive and affordable place to live, then you will need to push beyond the status quo to make bold choices for a more equitable future. In the spirit of being bold, I ask you to vote in favor of the 721 South Forest PUD rezoning and site plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Alex Lowe. You have permission to speak.
Hi, this is Alex Lowe calling in from Ward 3. Whilst I'm generally in favor of this PUD on South Forest, I think we should be asking for more. First, let's discuss the front and rear setbacks. Reducing these setbacks to better fit the character of the neighborhood, as we see with the landmark apartments and the Forest Avenue parking garage, which come all the way up to the sidewalk, would probably allow another 24 extra units or so on the same space. I think that would be great. Second, I'd like to discuss parking. Given that the location is going to have clearly student-oriented retail on site, is parking for 12 bicycles for retail customers going to be sufficient? Perhaps we should get some Class B parking, both for retail customers and, of course, the employees on site. Maybe we could turn some of those excessive car parking spots into e-bike chargers. One of those spots could be used to charge a dozen e-bikes. Third, I want you to discuss height. Can we please get some more floors on this? This PUD is set to be 12 floors. Yet less than 500 feet away, Landmark Apartments is 14 floors. It's less than a mile from Tower Plaza, which is 26 floors high. And it is 0.2 miles, a whole 4-minute walk from University Towers, which is 18 floors high. If our current zoning doesn't allow us to build a building that's less than half the height of a 50-year-old apartment tower, less than a mile from there, I would strongly urge the City Council and Planning Commission to consider why our city's zoning laws are so outdated and backwards. The fact that this development has to be a PUD at all is, quite frankly, ludicrous. This development includes so many of the stated environmental goals set forth by the City of Ann Arbor. The fact that it's anything but a by right development shows that the city's zoning laws and comprehensive plan don't align with our stated goals and desperately need updating. As a city, we need to do so much better, and frankly, this is the bare minimum. I would strongly encourage you to approve this PUD and use it as a template for future development goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, as we have been listening to this caller, another person added them to the queue, and there are 2 people in line. The next caller is Luis Vasquez. You have permission to speak.
Greetings, Ann Arbor Planning Commission. Luis Vasquez, resident of Upper Lower Town in the 1st Ward, 909 Norton Drive. I'm going to be very brief. I support this project. Would like to see you all vote in favor of it. It meets many of the criteria set forth in Ann Arbor's goals, as has been iterated by numerous callers tonight and speakers. So I'm going to leave it at that. I support this project, and I hope you vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last caller this evening is S.E. Strongman. You have permission to speak.
Hi. First of all, thank you so much to Planning Commission. I know that this is not an easy job, and you have to balance what the city wants versus local residents versus, the stated goals of the city. I'm calling to support this PUD. I'm especially struck by what some commenters have said about the need for nearby student housing. I had students last year who lived at the one and really struggled to get to campus, some of whom have decided to drive to campus because the shuttle was unavailable. We know that our students need housing. They want housing close to campus. This one building is not the only answer, but adding more housing means that students aren't going to be paying $1,200 to live in a basement apartment that has mold in it, that is flooded, that doesn't have a working smoke alarm, or whose heat goes out in the middle of winter. There's a lot that needs to be done. This building, no one building is going to solve the problem, but not building anything new certainly isn't either. I'm sensitive to the desires of nearby sororities and other neighborhoods, but I also echo what others have said, which is that Rick's is right there. Tons of tall buildings. I looked at your packet for today. A number of large apartment buildings are within several blocks. One is even closer to the neighborhood, Forest Court, than the proposed building. So I do hope that you suggest that you approve this plan, that you send it on to council, and that if you have asks, that if you're going to approve this plan, if it's 1 or 2 floors shorter, so that it's the same height as a building 2 blocks away, if that's what it takes, then I think that's fine. But to say that it doesn't at all fit with the character of the neighborhood, as someone who works at the U and walks through this neighborhood, just doesn't strike me as accurate. Again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I will read the motion, and then we will go into discussion. There are 2, which I'm going to combine. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission recommends the mayor and city council approve the 721 South Forest Plan Unit Development, Zoning District, and Supplemental Regulations. And the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve 721 South Forest PUD Site Plan and Development Agreement. We are in discussion. Commissioner Weich. Oh, sorry. Moved by Commissioner Weich. I really want to talk about this. Moved by Commissioner Weich. And seconded by Commissioner Dibb. Did you want to say something, Commissioner Weich? I bet you did.
So first of all, I want to thank everyone who's taken time to write in, to email, to show up, to tweet about this. I also want to thank the folks that I've had some in-person conversations with for this development. I also want to thank the developer for hearing us in our working session and making some significant improvements, as staff has noted, to this project. And I just want to start by stating my strong support for this proposed plan unit development. When I read the staff report, I was actually surprised. I was so surprised, I reached out to our policymakers because it's sort of my understanding that staff follow policy. And I wanted to check in to find out if something had changed in our policy regarding housing in our city. So in my conversations with our policymakers, I was told, no, nothing has changed. Ann Arbor is currently in a housing crisis. We are in a housing crisis with historically low vacancy rates, 1% to 2%. Mayor Taylor, as recently as just a couple meetings ago, has said Ann Arbor needs more Ann Arborites. This PUD is in a student area. It's replacing student housing with more student housing. I think a net of 633 beds. It's within a neighborhood that has comparable dense housing. Emerging research, which just came out yesterday, has indicated that removing zoning barriers and increasing housing density has positive effects on rent stabilization. And it especially has positive effects on rent stabilization in areas with constrained housing supply. This PUD, which staff has already noted, has several benefits. But the one I want to focus my time on is the $4.7 million that will be contributed to our affordable housing fund. When I saw that number, I was quite impressed. And I know, having read our UDC, that this is required because the density is exceeding the underlying zoning that it would replace. But what I didn't realize until I had visited our domestic violence, our intimate partner domestic violence shelter last week, was that Safe House is seeing folks who are fleeing hostile environments come into their shelter and are seeking housing. The average that Safe House would like to have folks who come in is about 30 days. Enough time for them to get situated, to get their caseworker set up, and to begin the process of trying to find transitional and rapid transitional housing. What I learned from the director and the program director is that it is taking now, on average, between 120 days and 180 days before victims of domestic intimate partner violence in our community are able to transition into emergency housing. This PUD brings new housing online, which will help in our community. The next thing that I learned from our Housing and Human Services Advisory Board is that there are currently 900 people that are on our affordable housing wait list. The $4.7 million, based on my back of the calculator or back of the napkin math, says we might be able to house 737 people at 30% of AMI for 1 year with those funds, or over 365 folks at 60% of AMI. And I have the numbers as we go down from 1 person to 2 to 3 to 4. So I'm grateful to see this. I'm going to say what I said when you came to the working session. Why didn't you build it higher? I'd like to see, as other callers had noted, higher density in this site. So I'll be supporting this, and I hope that you, my fellow commissioners, will join me in this support tonight.
Commissioner Dish.
Thank you, Commissioner Weich, and thank you, everyone who's here. Whether you're here to speak about this project or another one, it's great to see you. I am torn because I have the utmost respect for our staff and for the governing principles that we respect as planning commissioners, and yet It is simply a fact that our land use plans are old and not aligned with the principles affirmed by Ann Arborites who have voted for affordable housing and sustainability millages, and for candidates who have campaigned on the message that we have a housing crisis and a climate crisis. So there is much that is attractive to me about this project, not least of which that it would provide a demonstration project that you can go all electric in a building that is not a single-family home, not even a townhome, and is higher than 4 to 6 stories. We hear from a lot of people who tell us that's not possible. So I would love to see it done. I recognize that all electric and net zero with respect to carbon and energy are not the same. But is it not the case that as Ann Arbor finds energy partners who are willing to provide clean, healthy options for power, that an all-electric building gets closer to net zero with respect to carbon? And we are on the road to negotiating such an agreement just now. I read the staff report carefully more than once, and I perceive 2 arguments in it. One is that the concern here is with out-of-scale construction, meaning that this height is too much in this context, particularly in the context of the zoning regulations. So that argument suggests that there's nothing that could make this project acceptable. There seems to be another argument, or I perceived a second argument, which is that there aren't enough public benefits to justify such such a height. So this project does exceed the height limits on the books, though I would note that it is just 16 feet taller than the height limit for D1, as the staff report noted. I have walked this area and driven this area, and the project does not strike me as out of context with the University Towers project and Landmark Apartments projects, which at 18 and 15 stories respectively, are taller than this proposed project and located roughly 2 blocks away at the intersection of Forest and Washtenaw. So perhaps, so if we see it that way, it exceeds our regulations, but it may or may not be out of context, depending on what you experience as you move through this neighborhood. We look at the other objection, which is that there are not enough public benefits, and there's a clear and strong statement. We want net zero with respect to carbon, energy, water, and waste. How might we get closer to any of these? I'd love to hear that. I'd like to direct to the petitioner a note that we had some written communications from current student tenants who mentioned that the new owner had extended their leases through the 23-24 academic year, and they fear that they will be displaced. And so I wanted to hear about that. I will leave it to my colleagues to speak, if they wish, to the issues that were raised about danger to trees and the urban desert effect, which are things that I don't know enough about, and you do.
Would you like to have the developer come and respond to your question?
We could collect things and let them come at the end, I think.
Alrighty. Commissioner Mills.
Commissioner Dish and Commissioner White, I appreciate your comments. I also appreciate everyone who's come out. I'm going to offer a different kind of view, or the things that I often think of when weighing kind of PUD, which are some of what I think was laid out in the staff memo, but I don't know, kind of did my own analysis too. Right, so the first thing is there another zoning district where this could be achieved? And I think that what's been talked about a lot here is D1, and as noted, it's just up the street. But where this project wouldn't be viable in D1 is it does exceed the height limit just a little bit, and there was comments to the point that we could change D1, or we could change what is allowed in this PUD. But I think the idea that this is extending that area, to me, sits better, that there is consistency with kind of how it is zoned. If it is intended to read, then that's one of the things that I would think of. If it were D1 that were under discussion, I'm thinking about what are the stipulations that would allow it to be built to the FAR that it's developed, because the D1 base floor area ratio, FAR, is 400%. So to get up to the 650 that's being called for here, you either need to provide affordable housing or you need to do sustainability. Those are kind of the paths right now. In order to, you can get up to the 650% FAR by doing sustainability alone, but you have to go LEED Platinum. And what is being proposed here is LEED Silver. So it's not the same argument that OSI is giving in terms of meeting that bar, but it's not meeting the bar that would get it, if it were proposed in D1, it wouldn't meet the bar that we have currently there for that. In terms of affordable housing, you can get another 300%. So you could get to the 65% with the 20% affordable units. Do we have any sense of like how many units the $4.7 million, what that translates to?
I don't, I'm sorry.
15%.
It's 15%.
Well,
that's how the number's calculated, okay.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood the question. Yes.
Okay, so I think that's, I mean, now I see like you can, I think that's a combination of those two things, but I'm still would just say that it's a different bar if it were D1. So the other thing that I think about, but in my mind, this is trying to achieve D1 without being in D1, which I don't totally love, because I do think that that district and how we're thinking about expanding this as what's happening in the South U area is of that district. So then I think about like what are the benefits that are actually put on the table and are they commensurate with what is being asked of exceeding kind of this rezoning. And so again, on the affordable housing side, you can count it either way. You can count it the 4.7 plus the million plus the 500 or the 50,000, or you can count it like effectively say the 4.6 is required. So what is above and beyond? And so that's 148,000. That's 3.2% over the requirement. So that's one thing. On sustainability, again, you can kind of say like, what are the benefits? And OSI makes very clear what their bar is. And again, it seems to me that at least being commensurate with kind of what is in D1, I think is reasonable. One of the things that just strikes me, I think that the PUD is particularly helpful, and a lot of the flexibility that we have in our code are when we have unique sites where there's something that's really important to protect. And I am not the tree person. But when we discuss this, I think and I'll defer to other tree people, it is thinking about the northern property boundary and the lovely grove of trees that are there. What strikes me is that the proposed zoning actually encroaches on them more than what is allowed in an R4C district. So the north property setback is 10 feet, where what would be required is 12. And so if the reason that if you don't buy everything that I just said, and we say that the reason that PUD makes sense is because of protecting that natural feature, right? And having some flexibility afforded because of that. Being closer to that property line and potentially having the additional shading, which again, I don't know. I really am looking to others to help understand what effect that might have on. That just strikes me as not achieving that goal either. So I appreciate conversation. I am open-minded on this. Those are just the things as I was kind of doing my analysis of laying out how to square this that stuck out to me. And I will just say that I am really glad that we're in the comprehensive planning process right now. And I'm really glad that there's so many people here because I really think that we need to have a real conversation about how we're going to balance additional housing and sustainability goals, because there was the talk before, right? If there are things that are undoable, does it push development outside of the city? And where do we see that additional development, and what must all developments be net zero? I don't think so. But at one point, if you want to exceed what is allowed in that district, what bar do you have to hit? And I think that that's a real conversation that we need to have as part of the comprehensive plan process. And so I'm sad that we haven't fully had that yet. Thanks.
Commissioner Sauvé.
So just last week, we had a working session of a similar project that there was public comment for, and I actually offered different comments, which were actually to request that the petitioner consider a lot of what was coming within the comprehensive plan and those discussions, since it was not yet at the table. Now we're up looking at a very similar project up for vote tonight, and within this time frame between the discussions, I had a lot of things to consider, and one of them is that the conversations that have been brought up tonight, and thank you everyone for your comments, is that as a community as a whole, we want to take care of each other and make space available. And there's a housing crisis. And now the question is, where do we make space available? I believe that this is an appropriate space for it. And the uniqueness of this PUD is if we end up with upzoning this area, we do not get the affordable housing contribution later. If we pause this and we tell the petitioner, come back when this area is upzoned through community input in the next 2 years with a new comprehensive plan, and an additional 2 years to actually rezone this property, it becomes by right, and we do not get that 4.7 million. I remember another time in our recent past where we used terms like neighborhood character, too many shadows, and we need parks, and we lost $5 million in affordable housing. We don't have time to do that again. We don't have time for the whistleblowing. The dog whistling needs to stop, and we need to come together as a community and figure out where things happen. And it's in somebody's backyard, and it can be in my backyard, and I absolutely support this project because I actually think that we are in a gap that it fits a public benefit that may not exist in the future as we move towards what I believe to be upzoning through all of the conversations that we've heard tonight. And so with that, I think that this as a PUD in a unique condition is at the friction point of housing development and high density and historic neighborhood. It's not natural features, but it is a unique geographic condition where we have high density next to a protected historic district for its neighborhood character, where we are protecting buildings for the sake of making it difficult for people to afford to live here. And if it's my decision on what we're doing to protect, I'd rather protect people than buildings. And I'd rather see new construction than protecting historic stones. So I look forward to supporting this as is.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Commissioner Abrams.
So I think this has been a difficult deliberation. On the one hand, I think I, in principle, agree with all of the people who support this project based on a desire for more housing and support of its sustainability goals and the sizable contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. Those are all incredible things. I think if I go through the process maybe akin to Commissioner Mills, and I think about it from a procedural standpoint, and I think about the role of the comprehensive plan, the kind of purpose of a PUD and the way in which it's not supposed to be used to circumvent existing zoning, and I think about public benefit, I think it becomes a little less clear to me, honestly. And so I have been trying to weigh both of those things in my head, and I think maybe just to be transparent about the process for all the people who spoke in support and against this project. And I also want to express my gratitude for all the people who are engaging this process. I think it's really, really important no matter which side of this you're on. But I think it's important maybe to make our thought processes transparent so that you know that we hear you and that we actually take into consideration all of the information we receive and we deliberate quite ferociously when we're thinking about these decisions. And I think I'm coming down in a similar place to Commissioner Sauvé, which is that I think we are in a moment where we, as a body, have been asked to use our discretion to make a decision about something which does not have a cut and dry answer that you can kind of look to procedure or look to policy in order to determine. So things like harm or benefit are actually discretionary terms that things that we have to decide. And in this case, I think that the need for housing really supersedes, I would say, the fact that we are at the beginning of a comprehensive plan process as opposed to a year from now or 18 months from now when we will be maybe adopting a comprehensive plan, which I feel very confident is going to call for greater density in this neighborhood. And so similar to the people who've said, if not here, where, I think that is kind of where we're headed. But I want to acknowledge that I don't think that means there are no downsides to this project. There are always trade-offs. And some, people are going to feel the effects of those trade-offs, and some people are going to feel the benefit to those trade-offs. And I think that is a thing that all of us up here are trying to weigh. But I will say that I appreciate Commissioner Mills' logic, which is to say that it is a little confusing to me that that we were not presented with, if this were 1 block north in D1, here's what we could have built. And so it makes sense to us that we would try to achieve that. It seems like that was not part of the consideration. I think there are other things in the pro forma that are determining the density. But so while the 15% payment in lieu is amazing, 20% would actually get you in line with D1 and be even more amazing. But I plan to vote yes. Thanks.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
So I had to write my thought process down because I was very eloquently off the cuff, if that was off the cuff. Okay, so I know we need housing. We need affordable housing. I understand the urgency. I'm very pro-development. I fully appreciate the affordable housing contribution. So this is hard for me. This to me it's not an argument about neighborhood character, but I am hearing this argument that, there are tall buildings just a block or two north. It's zoned differently. And I worry then that the same argument can be used if a 12-story building is built here on South Forest and a 19-story building on Church Street to continue to build sort of random high-rises block by block. We have zoning districts that allow taller buildings for a reason in certain places in downtown. We just rezoned 2 transit corridors with more following behind because we said this is where we think taller buildings make sense. I use that same if not here then where argument for one of Mr. Moore's higher density projects along a transit corridor on South Main, and that to me is more of the where. This doesn't feel like an if not here then where scenario to me. We can still build more density without building really tall, and I think we all know we need to change zoning codes to allow for that. And again, I understand the urgency of all of this. The comp plan will guide us, I think, towards a community decision on allowing more density, like duplexes and quadplexes within single-family zones. We just keep seeing all of these proposals for really tall buildings, and I think it is possible to be more dense without height. High-rises add more housing, absolutely, but there are also risks of social isolation, loneliness, things like that I don't think we talk about enough that are starting to concern me the more of these types of projects we see. I don't have a problem with tall buildings next to short buildings per se, but putting them, what feels to me rather arbitrarily on parcels of land throughout the city that are not zoned for this does not make sense to me. 6 or 7-ish, 8-ish maybe stories to me makes a lot more sense in this location. Maybe there's less parking or no parking. The building's pulled up to the street more for more units. At that height, we can step down heights from the D zones more transitionally than a 12-story building would. On a smaller building, solar would probably contribute more than 3% of the energy needs, which to me just feels nominal. Again, I understand the urgency, but at this point, the proposed sustainability aspects just feel almost too basic to make it worth it to me. I think we already talked about LEED Silver versus LEED Platinum. They don't really push the envelope. I don't think this would necessarily be a model for sustainable development in this city. I think that's kind of a reach of a claim. It just seems like there's a lot of throwing money towards something and not substantially moving the needle. There's additional affordable housing money above and beyond what was required, which is great. But it just, I don't know. I think we need to balance this pressure of needing housing, wanting sustainable buildings, and making sure we're allowing taller buildings in areas where they make the most sense and working to increase density in all possible ways, not just high rises. I'm struggling with this one. I am going to vote no, even though I don't think I've ever voted no on a project. Yeah, that's all I'll say for now. This is hard.
I agree. This is hard for me too, and for a lot of the reasons that you just detailed, actually. I would rather have it be a little bit shorter than D1. It somehow kind of doesn't smell right to me with that. I would rather have the parking go away and have there be more density further down. It's hard for me to evaluate the trees without knowing, we didn't get a sunshade study or anything like that for me to kind of understand that. We'll obviously have you all come up to respond to the 52 things that we put out there for you to respond to at some point. Because it's just difficult to know what the shadows are going to be. It does look to me like there are some oaks right up against the property line there when I'm looking at that. I think if this weren't a PUD, we're not going to get an electric building. I think that's just the plain and simple truth of it. And so for that reason, I like it that it's a PUD and that it's not. And I mean, given where we are in our evolution of what we're doing with our code, that's just the hard truth of it. And we don't have the new ordinance for electrification or disconnecting from gas. And so that's really important to me. And and I would like it more if while we're pushing the envelope a little bit more in terms of handling, geothermal, doing things like that. It's nice that you're sort of getting towards passive house. You're not obviously achieving passive house. I think it's pretty tough to do net zero on a building this tall. I think it's a little bit hard to see what OSI is writing in that way, that it's kind of like, well, that's pretty hard to pull that off, people. So the fact that you all are doing all electric, I just think you could do more to actually support your project, frankly, especially given all the things that are coming out from the federal government. I mean, why not? Why not do some geothermal here? It takes thinking about your building differently, and it takes thinking about it differently early on and moving forward with that. So you knew kind of how we were thinking about this from our first meetings, and it would have been nice if you all had actually incorporated some of that more, because you have the opportunity. You could do wells here, and I'm not saying you'd necessarily achieve net zero, but you'd get a lot further. We just haven't heard anything else with that other than what I've seen in the OSI's report, which is a little bit nebulous in terms of what's happening with that. So I think I will withhold my yay or nay until I hear more from the development team. And I think we've given you all a pretty robust list of things to respond to. So please, whomever makes sense to come up to answer some of the various questions, we look forward to your discussion. That's fine. Yeah.
Team members to begin to whittle through them. But I would like to address Commissioner Mills' statement about the uniqueness of the site, and this clearly goes to the urban forest fragment that is right next door. And we have crafted our design to have the least possible impacts on that very valuable community resource. We have done shade studies, and we've hired the former city forester, Bill Lawrence, who's done an extensive multi-month study and research about what the impacts of how we organize the mass of our building and the site would have on those trees. So part of what we did is, for the vast majority of the length of our site, is we put a 15-foot green buffer zone along our northern property line so that we're not impacting the root zones significantly of those larger mature trees. And then we also, if you'll recall in our working session, we had a uniform height building presented. We began to look at those shade and shadow studies, and it was clear that we could allow a little bit more afternoon sun onto those trees by dropping the northwest corner of our building to 6 stories to account for the loss of that density to raise the rest of the mass. But by doing that, we let so much more sunlight, especially the late afternoon sunlight, into those trees. So that is one of the biggest unique things about the site, outside of its context in the area where there are already other tall buildings, is that we have an urban forest fragment next door to us, and we want to protect it. And so we've crafted the building and the organization of the site in such a way that we minimize any potential for any loss of any canopy on the trees next door. And we have letters to that effect from Mr. Lawrence in our submission packets, so they're there for everybody to see. If there was another item, what's the next item on the list that you'd like to hear about?
Goodness. How about geothermal?
Geothermal.
Did you all explore that?
I know that the WDG and the owners have been working on the energy package, so I'll let WDG and Subtext address the energy package.
Hi, I'm Matt with WDG. I don't think we actually directly investigate geothermal in this site just yet. We actually did a couple more other buildings, and we did find that the foundation work is actually in this area is quite complex. Now, we did actually study the rooftop area for additional renewable energy on site. That has to be balanced out with also what we're doing with what we're serving the building, because we also have to use the building roof for mechanical unit, fresh air intake, HVAC system as well. So we are studying that. Currently what we're proposing, and actually we have already expanded it a little bit more to the amount of solar panel that we can actually put to actually fit on a footprint. That's where we are. And Scott, do you have anything to add for the geothermal?
The constraints, the existing site, I'm Scott Betzel, Midwestern Consulting. Good to see you all again. I also want to just add that the existing site has no stormwater management system, and we're putting in underground detention and getting full infiltration. But the rate of infiltration wasn't as great as we liked it, so the expanse of the underground chambers grew, which becomes a little prohibitive for the geothermal loops as well. I'm not an expert at it, but I know people have looked at it and said, well, that's too bad, because it doesn't seem to really work out as well as it could have for a building of this size.
Yeah. From our previous other project, not in this particular site, we actually know that a lot of these geothermal actually need a lot more footprint compared to the outbuilding footprint and height. So that's why we did not so far investigate a whole lot of investigation of geothermal, particularly on this site.
If I could interrupt for 1 second, though. I mean, I don't think that a loop system would even be considered for a building this high. You would be doing wells for something like that. So it's really a question of how deep rather than how big the area would be. I know you spoke at the very beginning about having John Beeson on your team, who I've worked with before in the past. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you have a representative of that group that might be able to speak more clearly to this topic specifically, or no?
We do not have that person here today. Maybe we can follow up later on.
I would suggest that you do, because I think that those on the commission and those at City Council will likely want to know more specifics about that, because I think that, again, with the federal government out there helping with this, it just seems prudent to think through those things as possibilities, because frankly, it's free energy. It takes something to put it in, but this is rental. This is part of the power of rental, is that the more you invest in the beginning, can come back to you later on. You know, once that system is paid for, then you're harvesting what is free to everybody, which is the temperature of the ground. So I really would encourage you all to explore that in a meaningful way with the people that you've hired on your team to be able to know that. Because I know, I've worked with John before. I know he's going to know that stuff cold. I'm sure whoever he's working with will be able to advise you well with that. What he needs is a green light from you all and goal setting from you all, that is what you see as part of what you want to achieve. So I think that's an important piece as you move forward to think about if you all pass tonight.
Understood.
Commissioner Dish, you also had some other things to bring up that you had wanted them to respond to, but this was like 45 minutes ago, so I don't know if...
Yeah, that was one tiny thing, and I am I really benefit so much by your expertise, Commissioner Gibrandal, and so I would say that council would be very interested in hearing a serious exploration of the possibility of geothermal wells.
And it may not cover everything, but it could cover a lot. I mean, so especially if you have an all-electric building, it's only going to help you with, your costs as the building ages.
And then the question that I had was from the written communications that we got from a few students who mentioned that they had been offered lease extensions through the academic year 2023-2024, so till about this time next year. And they were concerned that they'd be displaced by the construction.
Yeah, and we understand that, and we are right now just focusing on renewals, and just given the early stages of where we're at right now, it's difficult for us to not offer those renewals. And all I can say is that we look to be transparent with those tenants. We look to work closely with those tenants and help them ultimately if this project is approved, and we would be proceeding to construction in the fall.
Could you be more specific about how you'll help them? Because as we know, places get leased up for the next academic year, usually in the fall, actually, despite our legislative attempts to force that to change. So how would you find beds for, what are they, about 110?
That would be the total.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just those renewals of the tenants that have shown interest in that. So usually we work with our property management team to work through their connections with other property management groups. And they can usually identify locations preemptively so that those students don't have to go out on their own and find it in a very tight market.
Right. It would be important that those be comparably priced to what they are planning on based on the renewal that they made with you. Because as you know, it's very hard, the prices are very hard for them to meet.
Yeah, I understand.
Some of them, especially grad students. But yeah, so thank you. Thank you for the answer.
Anything else?
Were there any other questions or responses that folks wanted from the development team?
It wasn't asked, but it's a follow-on to kind of what we were discussing. If you were to further explore, and this is, I don't know the answer to this, so if you were to further explore geothermal, how hard is it to go from LEED silver to LEED gold? And maybe that's not you, maybe that's somebody else on your team.
Well, I mean, I will acknowledge that we have not done the full in-depth study of geothermal based on our team's experience of our full project team. Given a site this size and the limited area that we have due to our stormwater detention, that we generally feel that that's not going to be cost-effective or feasible. But I do acknowledge the need for maybe further study into that and having the numbers to back that up.
So are we ready for a vote? Yeah? Oh, one more?
Well, the other thing, so I'm still trying to make up my mind, honestly. And so I just do want to point out one thing that is happening in here in the supplemental regs. So I appreciate the sun study. In the supplemental regs, the height I don't see anything in the supplemental regs suggesting that there would be a setback from the northwest corner. And if people care about that, which I could only vote for this if that, I mean, I think that again, I have this, I think that where there is a viable current zoning or zoning district, I think that makes a whole lot of sense to use. So I'm only comfortable kind of voting for this under the condition, that this is offering something else and that can't be achieved. And I think that I have been persuaded, but that's missing right now from the supplemental regs.
So I know that the development agreement calls for the building to be substantially as it's presented here, or it has to come back to this body if there's, major changes. That, you could say that the development agreement is covering it, but we could certainly make amendments to the supplemental regulations between here and council as well, add that same protection, so that both documents say the same thing.
Okay. The other thing that I thought I would bring up, because again, in this idea of like where should the bar be between kind of D1 and PUDs? Again, I see two different pathways that this could be achievable in D1, and one is through higher affordable housing, a 20% rather than a 15%, and the other is through higher sustainability. Or there's a combination too, and this is why I just asked about gold, because the combination of 15% affordable housing and LEED Gold also gets you the FAR that is effectively what is being proposed. And so I'm curious from the development team, like whether either of those, either increasing the affordable housing contribution or increasing the commitment to achieve not LEED Silver, but LEED Gold is a viable path for your team.
As has been acknowledged, the PUD allows for certain other balance of costs and benefits. And so what we've done is partnered with the AAHDC and making this $50,000 donation, and that's going to go directly to sustainability upgrades in their buildings throughout the central area. So mathematically, I don't know what that would equate to, but I feel like that supports both the affordable housing and the sustainability. And so we're trying to take a creative view at how can we best help meet the goals along these different avenues. And again, the constraints of this particular site with regards to the natural features and the setbacks of the neighboring property is set back, which is what drove us to provide the setback to kind of be equal with that, as well as maintaining the views to that grove of trees to the north. So these are the things that we were pushing and pulling on throughout this whole process, and taking bits and pieces of comments from you all here and from others, stakeholders who we've talked to, and trying to apply them in a creative manner to meet as much as we could.
Commissioner Dish?
Thank you. I appreciate, of course, the fact that you've gone almost $100,000 over the 15% threshold for affordable housing contribution. I appreciate the $50,000. I think that is a meaningful thing to do. But given the way that I will be reporting the discussion as it has been framed here at Planning Commission to Council if this project goes forward to Council. And I will present to them the question of how do we answer where the bar should be, and I will present to them the options that Commissioner Mills has clearly laid out, and it is possible that Council would say, okay, just make it 20. So a $50,000 donation, and I appreciate it very much, and I'm not, you've done a lot of work. I'm not trying to naysay that. But I think that would be over $1 million, right? If it's 4.7 million is 15%, 20% has to be like 6.5. 1.5. Yeah, 1.5. Yeah, so total close to 6.5 million. So you'll have those options will be in front of Council to ask you to do. They may say no. You've done enough, if provided this gets to Council. I'm not saying that I know that it will, but I would really want to see the math from you as to what the effect that would have on your financials if we pressed you to a 20% affordable contribution. Because I'm not saying that Council would, but again, we need the numbers. If you really think that geothermal, understanding that you're not talking area, but you're talking depth, if you think it's not feasible there, we would need to see why. And if moving from 15 to 20% affordable kills you, need to know, need to see it, open to hearing. Okay?
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Weich, did you have something that you wanted to?
I did. It was just a really quick thing because I heard Commissioner Mills ask, like, you can, or state that you could get this to D1 if it was at 50% affordability and LEED Gold.
15.
Right. Did I say 50?
It sounded like it, but yeah.
I was saying,
I
in my head, I
my
was saying
understanding
15.
from the table was 15% gets you 150%,
Right.
and gold gets you another 150%. So
Right, so then that would get you to the 300% FAR. So it just depends on where you are with LEED Silver, right? So it's a 50 to 59 point range, and gold it starts at 60. So if you are already going to be at 59, go to 60, and it sounds like you have convinced Commissioner Mills. So if someone wants to commit to that at the table, it sounds like you have convinced Commissioner Mills. But if no one wants to commit to that, you'll have to roll the dice and see how the vote's going to go.
I guess the only other thing I would say is Mr. Kowalski, is there anything you would like to add? This is not our typical situation. And I just want to give you some space to be able to just respond to what people have said. And if there's things, you've been interfacing with all the staff on this, and just are there things that you would want to be able to add to the conversation here?
No, I mean, I think you guys have had a great discussion. I mean, it was one that, staff struggles with as well for many of the reasons that you guys had pointed out that were benefits of the project. But no, I mean, I think my staff, what it really comes down to as well is Commissioner Mills hit it, and it wasn't as clearly identified in my report, is the zoning district here, is that there's nothing that's truly unique about the site that requires a PUD other than requiring extra density. So, but other than acquiring extra density through that. And I acknowledge we're at this unique point in our comprehensive plans as well as our existing zoning in there, and that, like I said clearly in my report, it's acknowledged that, this may not be what's there now, the zoning wise. I mean, I don't think anybody necessarily agrees is the correct density for that area for many of the reasons you guys highlighted here. But again, it was just we have to look, staff, again, you guys have more of an ability to kind of look at that overall picture and see, but I'm looking at what's presented to me and the documents that I have to go by. And again, like this affordable housing it's a tremendous contribution, but I have to kind of break it down to what were they given just as a requirement. And yes, they're going up above and beyond that in a couple of different areas. But again, looking at all my documents that I have to put together, looking at the context, look at where we are in history and trying to compare this if the PUD comes in next door. So those are, or, across the next block over and things like that. So that's kind of how we looked at the entire picture. So, but I mean, I acknowledge the petitioner, they've worked with, as far as I feel comfortable as they could go, and they've made plenty of changes. And so, no, I mean, I think this has all been a great discussion. We've got lots of good things for council to address as well. So, no, I appreciate the opportunity to add that. The only other thing I would say is I think Commissioner Mills, the question regarding the supplemental regs, and you're correct, what's in there now it's kind of just an envelope. So you're correct. As shown on that plan, it dips down. The supplemental regs would not guarantee that. And I know Mr. Moore had addressed that, the elevations, which is true to a certain degree. I think that, but I wouldn't feel comfortable with just that. I could, again, if I hear agreement from the overall commission, I mean, I think we can easily, between myself and the petitioner, work to frame the supplemental regs so you get the structure of the building more exact. I mean, we can say a setback here to this length and things like that. So I believe there's a way we can structure that to address Commissioner Mills' concerns. So, and I mean, with that, I think I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, are we ready? Ready as we'll ever be for a vote?
A vote on the motions as presented. Commissioner Weich.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammersmith.
No.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé. Yes. Commissioner Gibrandal.
Yes.
Commissioner Mills.
No.
That motion carries. That vote carries.
All righty, I think we should take a body break for 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 5 minutes to 10. Alrighty, let's begin. We are on to item 8C, which is 121 Catherine Street site plan. And let's see, do we have a description for this one? We do not have a description for this one. So I guess we will start with the staff presentation.
Let's start with the petitioner presentation.
Petitioner presentation. Boy, I am feeling it tonight. Thank you for the crowd, you know, so yeah, I know exactly, really. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Hall, the Executive Director of the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. This site is one of 10 city-owned properties that the City Council in 2019 directed the Housing Commission and other city staff to evaluate for affordable housing. And to develop those sites if they were determined to be financially feasible locations. I am here with my development team. We have some folks that are here in person. Many of them are online as well, who will be presenting and answering questions. Jack Schroeder and Ashley Wendella will be presenting from Land & Bone Baker Architects. Aubrey Patino and Wendy Carty-Saxon are here from Avalon Housing. Kathy Kyneth from Macon Engineering. Darren McKenna from DMC Real Estate Services. Tim Stout from O'Neill Construction. And we also have a unique part of our development team, which is that we have a number of Black leaders that are consulting with us, including Angela Davis is here in person, who are here to as our Community Leadership Council. The Community Leadership Council is designing and creating a community and cultural space to support and honor the historically Black neighborhood, as well as business district that used to be located in this area and has been displaced and lost by economic gentrification. All of the housing that we are providing is for households at or below 60% of the area median income. Half are reserved as supportive housing, and half is reserved for people who are working in or hobbyists in the creative fields. But since we are here to talk about the building and the site plan, I'm going to turn this over to our architect to go through the site plan with you. And they will be online.
Hello there, Jack Schroeder. Can you all hear me and see my screen?
We can.
Great. I'm Jack Schroeder with LBBA. Really excited to present to you all and appreciate your time and attention. I'll move pretty quickly. You know, it's already been a long evening, so I will move through it and show you our program and kind of our aesthetic feel for the building. Hope you've cited it. But always open for more questions if I do move too quickly. So this is our development, 121 Catherine Street, mixed use with 6 stories tall, 63 units of housing, 62 of which are 1-bedroom. 1 2-bedroom unit. We're proposing 16 parking places, and you can see in this image where it sits right at the corner of 4th and Catherine in the Carytown district, right across from the market. Just a few contextual photos, just a place. I know everybody's very familiar with this site. This is our shared public alley, looking down from Catherine Street, and then just the current use of the site, which is a surface parking lot, a public surface parking lot. So we're bringing some parking backward, certainly wouldn't match the counts here, but kind of delivering a higher use for the site, we think. Looking around at the immediate context, you know, we love the texture and material of these buildings that are around. And we hope to pull some of that into our architecture. And we really love the walkability of this area, the ability to use the walks for some gathering, dining, and different activities. So we're excited to be a part of this fabric. This is the building in its current state. We've held pretty close to the corner to form the sort of urban wall that we think would best fit the site. We've pulled back a little bit off of Catherine, a little bit additional off of the public property there to mark our main entry for the residents and then our main entry for this future future cultural community space that we're working with the Community Leadership Council on. The first 2 floors of the building are kind of a red brick masonry to work with a lot of what surrounds. You know, it is cleaner lines, a little more modern, but we're trying to bring some of that texture in that we see kind of throughout the neighborhood. And then the upper 4 levels transition, they step in at the 2nd floor and transition to multiple profiles, colors of metal panels that give kind of a modern light look to those upper levels. And then we use large openings and portion to kind of break up that mass along the urban face there. Jumping into our first floor plan and site plan, along 4th, there were currently 2 two-way entries off of 4th. We're reducing that down to one-way entry where we hit 16 parking spaces, 2 of which will be EV parking that will be shared parking or shared car spaces for the residents. And then the remaining parking is meant to be used for public. 2 additional of those spots are EV as well. Kind of managing generator, waste, transformers, all of our kind of services are kind of held back here off of the alley. And then there's a 2-way driving exit out of the alley. At our main level, as I said before, we're set back. This hatched area is the setback from the public way. This is our main residential entry, and we like that that's sort of placed down at the corner, and our most public space, this community and art space, is down at grade with large openings to kind of match the commercial of the surrounding areas. This kind of pinkish space on my screen is that cultural community space. We're still in the process of planning exactly what that will be, but we love that it's set off of Catherine and again has this like kind of large public space out in the front. A little more programming for the residential. This is our main core: mailboxes, packages, front desks, interior, bike parking, social services, property management. So really kind of your basic needs are met down on this level, and then you proceed up through the elevators to residential floors. This is just our basement. There's a smaller basement on the Catherine side that will not really be accessed by clients or residents. This is just mechanical storage, janitorial. And then jumping up to the 2nd floor, this is that elevator core. As I said previously, it's really mostly 1-bedroom units. Really simple, modern plans, open kitchens, pretty generous living space, and 1-bedroom off of that space. It's all visitable. We tend to design all of our developments with universal access in mind, and then we're able to bring some units up for even further accessibility. This is the 1-2 bedroom. The reason this corner can afford that is that we're still stepped out into that 2nd floor masonry portion of the building. And then moving up through the building, you see where the building steps back. We're all 1-bedrooms. If we move up through, we stack all the way up, and then I will jump up to the 6th floor where there's a second kind of community core. There's an exam and consultation room. This can be used for physical health, mental health exams. Avalon has had programs where they bring in outside programs so they can use this space. Shared laundry that's adjacent to another community space with a public bath. So we think there's kind of the main level, and then there's also this kind of bunch of public stuff up at the top. Our roof currently has green roof to kind of mitigate some of the stormwater. And
One more minute in your presentation.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Solar ready. I do want to hit just a little bit of our green strategy. We're doing National Green Building Standard green plus net zero. We are all electric, full disclosure, except for the generator. And we have been trying to explore any options that exist to avoid that, but that's the lone gas piece of our project. As I said, solar ready, EV parking, and we're actually in the process of trying to see if we can make geothermal work. We're actually exploring using the public way for our wells because we occupy our site so completely and we want to maintain some access to those wells for future maintenance. And I'll wrap it up there. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments from staff on the project?
City Planner DeLeo is joining us remotely.
Thank you. All right, I have a pretty brief staff report to provide, mostly to keep everyone on track. Thank you. As Ben mentioned, this is the 121 Catherine Street site plan project. Site is located at the northwest corner of Catherine and North 4th Avenue. The zoning designations are D2, which is the downtown interface for the base zoning district. It is the Carytown character overlay zoning district, and it has secondary street.
Alexis, could you pause for a minute? And Mr. Schroeder, could you stop sharing your screen for a moment?
Oh,
yeah, we're not seeing your screen, Alexis. So there we
I'm
go.
sorry.
Great.
Sorry about
Thank you.
Are you seeing a page that says staff report?
Now we're good. Yep, go ahead.
This was the only slide that you missed. So northwest corner, Catherine, D2, Carytown character, secondary street frontage. Site is a little less than 17,000 square feet. The proposed development is a little more than 52,000 square foot, 6-story, 63 apartment residential building with some ground floor commercial and residential support service space. It includes 16 to 18 parking spaces underneath and behind the building. More in a second. Some notable details about the project. It includes premium floor area. Specifically, they are using the affordable residential unit premium option, which gives an increase over the 200% base FAR and allows up to, with their 100% affordable project, they are allowed to go up to 400% floor area ratio. They are also using the exception to height limit, specifically the affordable housing development exception. That allows affordable housing developments to exceed the height limits. This one is only exceeding it by 1 foot, but they are using that exception that is available to them. I think it's well covered that this is a 100% affordable housing project, but it is a notable detail of the project. It also includes ground floor mixed use. I think Mr. Schroeder has well covered the sustainability aspects. The parking, this project is proposing public parking. You can also get a premium for that in the D1 district, but nevertheless, this project is proposing public parking. It was a key concern of the neighborhood about the loss of the public parking from this surface parking lot. It's used by a lot of the businesses. It's an especially popular place to park on the farmers market days. And this project went to great lengths to include parking, put back parking as part of it. There are 18 spaces shown on the proposed site plan on file. They may need to go down to 16 spaces because the 2 spaces closest to the wall and closest to North 4th Avenue are extremely difficult to access from North 4th Avenue. And the turning movement might be too difficult. So those 2 spaces are in flux, but nevertheless, the number of spaces that are provided will be managed by the Downtown Development Authority, except for 2, which will be reserved for the development. The Catherine Street streetscape has been pushed back. The building has a 5-foot setback. The required setback is between 0 and 10 feet. And this allows for a little bit more space for the amenity zone and the public sidewalk zone. That side of the site will also have an alternative parkland contribution of some benches. We did not request the normal parkland contribution with this project, but we still wanted some sort of public recreational type of amenity. The North 4th Avenue streetscape does not have any doors. It does not need that door swing area then, but the streetscape is being improved by a little bit wider sidewalk and a wider amenity zone. If you look at the entire block to the north of this site, there is more tree lawn space and the sidewalk jogs. So this will, in the end, this project will align the curb line and sidewalk for the entire block of North 4th Avenue. We have, unusual for staff, but we have recommended a conditional approval, and we have listed the conditions in the motion. One of them has already been satisfied, but I will go through them fairly quickly and just sort of explain that this project is very close to meeting all of our development standards. We have a fairly long lead time in advertising for a public hearing, and we advertised for this public hearing. But as it turns out, there are a few details that still need to be addressed. In general, they're minor technical issues, and they won't affect the layout or the development program or what is being proposed. So we do comfortably recommend conditional approval. The outstanding items deal with clarifying the street trees that are proposed, confirming the exit site distance and providing bump outs on the plan, a change to the sequence of construction, recycling compactor dumpster details, and providing bollards to protect that thing. There is a public access easement that is needed and is proposed, but we need to nail down some of that documentation and clarify the alley restoration and some ownership information of the things that are going in the right-of-way and the amenity zone. It's listed as a condition of approval to confirm the sanitary mitigation analysis that was actually completed yesterday. There is sufficient dry capacity for this project, but as typical, they'll need to participate in the offset mitigation program for the wet capacity. The fire marshal made a comment that it's a little bit rhetorical, but they just need to acknowledge that there are building codes that impact the green roof and deals with the surface area that it can be because it is vegetated material, that if it gets dry, it could be a fire hazard. And a condition related to showing some of the sidewalk and amenity zone design on the site plan or on the civil engineering drawings. I am happy to answer any additional follow-up questions, but staff is recommending conditional approval of this project at 121 Catherine.
Thanks. Okay, we will move on to the public hearing. It's an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes. We'll first call on individuals who are present, and then we'll move on to remote. If for phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will select callers that have raised their hands. You'll hear an automated announcement. The host is allowing you to speak. Please move to a quiet area. For either method, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anybody present that would like to speak about this petition?
Hello, my name is Angela Davis. My address is 118 West Kingsley Street. This project actually is very long overdue, one, because of affordable housing. Two, I love the project, and a lot of the members that are participating in this project are happy that where this location is, as we all know, is historically black district, which is now has become pretty heavily gentrified. So with that said, giving back to that area is significant to us. Myself, my grandparents got their first house there on West Kingsley Street. You know about DeLong's barbecue pit. We're over there. That is now becoming a high-rise. So as much as this city needs affordable housing, and that in that particular area, a lot of the Black residents have been displaced for many reasons, you know. This particular project helps to give back, and we, the leaders on the council committee, are very much appreciative with the Planning Commission coming to here, allowing us to present this to you. You're listening, and hopefully that, based on the condition of approval, that you approve the project to go forward. We are actually in the midst of really nailing down what we're going to use. The 2,000 square foot area and the pinkish area that was presented on the slide. We have a number of hubs, if you will, ideas that we want to use that would actually give back to the community, that not only will say, okay, well, this is just, you know, to give back to the Black community, but it is to embrace all of the diverse cultures and backgrounds that we have in this city so that we all can thrive as one unit. And so this is all that I have to say to show you that, hey, I'm here, and to give my support, and I pray that it also is a favor among you all as well.
Thank you. Anybody else present that would like to address the Planning Commission?
Hi, Adam Goodman, 400 Virginia, one more time. Before I moved to my current residence, I lived basically around the corner from Miller Manor. And, you know, not only was this, I was there for 8 years, and this was never a problem, but not only that, I was actually kind of in awe of that building and what it represented. You know, first of all, it's in a really desirable place in Ann Arbor. It's close to downtown. It's next to one of our nicest parks. That we provide affordable public housing in our community, not just in a variety of locations, not just at the sort of fringes near the highway ring, right? And then I went through Ann Arbor Community Academy, and I, as part of that, got a tour of the facility and an explanation of how it works from some of the folks who are in this room tonight. And that just blew my mind even more, you know, learning that it's not just we're providing housing, it's permanent supportive housing, which only works in cooperation and partnership with private nonprofits like Avalon Housing. And we are ensuring that the most vulnerable people in our community can have a place to live and all of the services that they need to stay housed. This sort of thing, you know, I'm often at this podium or calling in virtually complaining about things in Ann Arbor, that we're not doing enough. But this is something that really makes me proud to be an Ann Arborite. I think it's amazing. Of course, we're not doing enough. We need more. And this Catherine project, you know, I think it you know, it's many of the things I just said, but it's also new. And it's so much more challenging to build affordable public housing now than it was in the sort of federal policy environment back when a place like Miller Manor was built. And so it's great that we're doing this. I'm so excited. If I had to nitpick one thing, it would be the parking. If you look around the Carytown area, so much of the ground level space is used up by car storage. And I think it's a little bit ridiculous, honestly. So, and new development is an opportunity to change this, and we keep seeing new development not do that. You know, there's the Fifth and Detroit project, which most of the ground floor is parking. And this, I guess half of the lot is going to be parking. It's like 4 blocks from Blake Transit Center, next to one of our brand new bikeways. I really just don't see that as necessary. But in the spirit of not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, I don't think that's a reason to oppose this tonight. I just hope in the future we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, once again, Scott Trudeau, 526 North Main. I am a nearby neighbor of this project. I live about 1,000 feet from this site, and I'm here to express my enthusiastic support and welcome our future new neighbors. I'm very happy to see this moving forward. I particularly appreciate the work that has been done to engage with Black residents and former residents who have been displaced from this neighborhood, as we've learned about, and really acknowledge that reality and take one small step in repairing the damage we've done as the city has grown, the demand for living here has grown, and we haven't made room for people. And when we don't make room for people, then people get pushed out. And the people who get pushed out are the people who have the least means and the least access and have faced other systemic oppression in the past. And so and we've done that over and over and over again through the history of the city to come up with all kinds of reasons why we can't do something. So I'm excited to see this as a step going in the other direction. I encourage you all to approve it. We also are longtime neighbors of another Avalon supportive housing development right next door to us. And they're happy to have all the Avalon tenants as neighbors. As I wrote in response to a proposed project in Dexter a couple years ago, that in particular, we appreciate living in a neighborhood and raising our daughter and our family where she can see that an intrinsic sense of who belongs in this neighborhood, and it's everybody, and we make space for everybody. Despite their backgrounds, despite their different struggles, different challenges, everybody has a place. So let's create more of those places. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else present? And we have folks that are lined up in
We do.
the virtual world.
There are currently 5 people in the queue to 6 people to speak on this item, the first of which is Adam Jeskevich. You have permission to speak.
Hello, this is Adam Jeskevich calling from the 4th Ward, 1430 Las Vegas Drive. I support the proposed affordable housing development at 121 Catherine. I'm very happy that the Ann Arbor Housing Commission has partnered with Avalon Housing to bring this development forward. We are in a housing crisis, and building high-quality, affordable housing downtown in an extremely desirable area where it is close to jobs, transportation, and daily needs is essential. We're also in a climate crisis, so housing people in a situation where they may not need to drive a personal car every day is also important. This site is ideally located near transit and on our great new downtown bikeway network. Thank you to the Ann Arbor Housing Commission, Jennifer Hall, and of course to Avalon Housing for making this possible and for all the important work that you do. Housing is a human right. This is why I voted for the affordable housing millage, so that Housing Commission could leverage a portion of my tax dollars into building as much affordable housing as possible. This is also why I support Avalon Housing. Avalon and their residents are an important part of our community, and I'm grateful to have them here. I believe in Avalon's mission, so earlier today I made a donation to Avalon Housing. I encourage others to do so as well. And please approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person in the queue is caller with phone number ending in 403. You have permission to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello. That's awesome. Thank you. So my name is Jim Pike. I live in the 5th Ward, and I live about a mile due west of this site. And others have spoken very eloquently in support of it. So I won't even try to match their eloquence. I just want to say that I really support this. I really appreciate all the hard work that has gone into developing this. I wish it were twice as tall of a building, but I don't want to let that stop me from supporting it. So I guess I'll just say the word support one more time. And thank you for your time. And again, thank everyone for their effort. That's it.
Thank you.
The next caller is phone number ending in 274. You have permission to speak. You may need to press star 6.
Hi. My name is Jean Leverett, and I'm calling from the 5th Ward of Ann Arbor. And I also went through the Ann Arbor Community Academy, and I'm now on the Housing and Human Resources Advisory Board. And so I've been following the housing crisis in Ann Arbor very closely. And I'm calling because I wanted to say that I'm really excited about the commitment that the city of Ann Arbor has to really beginning to step up to provide housing to the most vulnerable populations in Ann Arbor. We need affordable housing downtown, and I think that this is a fabulous development. As people have said, it'd be great if it were taller and could have more housing, but it's lovely that it's coming and that it's there. And Avalon does a great job and is a great community partner. And I just wanted to call in and say that I really support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is phone number ending in 955. You have permission to speak.
Hi, good evening. Kirk Westfall again, 3505 Charter Place. Just calling to support this project. I'm super excited for what it portends for the future of other city-initiated housing developments downtown and outside of downtown. I hope that this might even inspire other government entities in the area to make better use of their land as well as we move forward with it. I think the building looks like a well laid out and functioning and attractive addition. I really hope that the petitioner finds a viable commercial tenant that will be an enhancement to the residents and the neighborhood for the ground floor. That's something that really came out in some of the public sessions. And I think, my fear is that if there aren't definitive plans for the ground floor spaces, that they'll just eventually be used up for storage or something like that, and that would obviously be a shame. I think just a word about the process. Speaking of public feedback, I think it's a significant problem that a merchant group was able to override what I perceived as fairly unanimous public sentiment at the public information sessions and the feedback sessions that folks didn't want parking here. Maybe a few spots for residents or people serving the residents, but there are literally hundreds of parking spots available on a daily basis within 2 blocks of this. And on top of that, I think it's simply an environmental justice issue for us to expose the residents to idling cars of public parking and a terribly inefficient use of space for a small lot. But that being said, a fantastic project on balance, and really excited to move forward. Thanks.
Our next caller of 3 remaining is Amanda Carlisle. You have permission to speak.
Members, this is Amanda Carlisle. I live at 1619 Waltham Drive, and I serve as the executive director of the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, which is a nonprofit organization working as a coalition of a number of organizations to end homelessness in Washtenaw County. And WHA's office is actually across from the Catherine Street site proposed for development as affordable housing by Avalon. The Housing Alliance supports the Catherine Street proposal that has been developed, and it looks like what we see is the staff recommending approval with conditions which seem pretty minor and that can be met. So As you all know, we have a great need. It's been talked about a lot tonight for new housing and particularly affordable and supportive housing for our community members with the lowest income levels. And the site is truly ideal for its location near the transit center and bus routes, businesses needing both employees and patrons, and the many services downtown and nearby. Future residents of the site will have a wonderful new home in a location that can't be beat. It is my hope that this project moves forward tonight with the necessary site plan approvals. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The next caller is Luis Vasquez. You have permission to speak?
Thank you, Ann Arbor Planning Commission, for the opportunity to speak again. I think this is a no-brainer, and I would just also like to echo, the sentiments that maybe this project should be taller, and I mean, you can always repurpose parking, right? If you find out that it's not really truly providing a benefit to the project. So, general support all the way. Get this thing built. We really need projects like this. Call me impressed at what I've seen presented so far. But yeah, once again, build it up, build them tall. There's parking close by, plenty of parking close by. A structure that's underutilized within walking distance of this development. I mean, and it hits on everything. So thank you. Have a great night. I urge you all to support this project. Thanks.
Thank you.
The last hand raised is Alex Lowe. You have permission to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Alex Lowe, still calling in from the Third Ward. For a bit of additional history on the spot, and in addition to the well-known history of Carytown and what's already been said, at the turn of the 20th century, this location at 121 Catherine Street was a blacksmith shop. By 1920, it had become the home of, amongst other things, the Ann Arbor Packing Company. By the 1930s, it was the Ann Arbor Dairy, Washtenaw County's premier manufacturer of ice cream. It had an exciting and dynamic history, until 60 years and 1 week ago, when destruction came. Today, the spot is yet another crater in the lunar surface the 1960s made of so many American cities, a gash in the fabric of our community, a surface parking lot. To the south, another surface parking lot. To the northeast, or you guessed it, a surface parking lot. And to the west, a dry cleaner. Oh, and a gas station in the surface parking lot. Parking lots everywhere. A beautiful urban forest pockmarked with meteor strikes for over 50 years. So it's wonderful to see this property finally being repaired. This is such a fantastic project. But why are we only limiting ourselves to 6 floors and a smaller footprint than the Ann Arbor Dairy building? As others have alluded to, this project provides under 2% of the over 1,000 parking spaces within a 3-minute walk. Is that 2% really going to make the difference? I don't think so. I truly believe that Avalon are doing the very best that they can, given the restrictions the city have placed on this site, and I admire their work. I think the public comment so far has been unanimously in favor of this project. So I guess I have a question for the city. How do we get more of this? How do we allow the next wonderful project like this to be bigger, to be more support to the community, and to make even more of a difference than this one is making? Thank you.
Thank you.
Since the last caller was speaking, there has been one additional hand raised, which is caller ending in 648. You have permission to address the Planning Commission.
Hey there, this is Sarah Neufit, 837 West Huron Street. I am just learning about this project tonight in the meeting, and I'm so excited to see this development. It looks amazing and like an awesome use of the space. So like the other callers before me, I am just wanting to express my support for this awesome, awesome development. My only comment would be I would love to see the facade of this building matching better the historic nature of the neighborhood, if only because I think that would actually enhance the experience of living in the building. I'm a big believer in the way that architecture can lift and elevate our lives, and I feel like something that was perhaps more harmonious with the neighborhood and a little bit less austere might do that better. And I guess I also wonder what guidelines there are for this district, for the more historic areas of Ann Arbor's downtown. But fundamentally, I just want to applaud this and say I look forward to more things coming up like this in Ann Arbor. And great job. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I will read the proposed motion, which is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission approves the 121 Catherine Street Site Plan and Development Agreement subject to addressing outstanding service unit comments summarized as 1, clarify plan for street trees, 2, confirm wrong way exiting vehicle site distance and provide bump out at end of loading zone, 3, revise sequence of construction regarding curbing and first course of asphalt, 4, provide details of recycled compactor dumpster and add protection bollards for electrical equipment, 5, propose and detail a public access easement, note the need for a temporary grading easement, clarify limits of restoration in alley, and note ownership of certain features in right-of-way. 6, sanitary mitigation approval. 7, note necessary compliance for green roof. And 8, adjust width of sidewalk and amenity zone and street tree and street light spacing. Moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Weich. We are in discussion. Commissioner Weich.
So I just want to again share my strong support for this development, and I would love to just tell a quick story. I've lived in Ann Arbor now since 1997, and I did not know about the sort of African American community that was in residence in Carytown until Reverend Roger Brown, who's a minister in Ypsilanti but grew up in the area near Wheeler Park, took me on a walking tour. And it was a chance for us to get together. We met at the farmer's market, and he just walked me through and pointed out everything, including his childhood home, where there, I guess, was a hog farm, the junkyard. We walked all the way to the Argo Cascade and over the bridge and back, which I didn't even know you could get to at that time, having lived here for almost a decade. And then that sent me on a journey of learning about the contributions of our African American community, their placement in Carytown, and the very nature that almost all of the building materials that came in through the trains had to be offloaded and then carted and taken through this area to build out the rest of our city. And so it's my pleasure, it's my joy to sit here at this table. Ms. Davis, thank you so much for the work that you have done in leading the community and getting feedback. I think that that's a good sign of how we can get good community support and feedback. We just had a presentation at our working session about the fact that the most people that we hear from, present company excluded, are white, wealthy landowners. And so it's really glad, I'm just so grateful to see that you took a different approach with this. I'm grateful that you are reclaiming this space and building housing. And I think I asked in our pre-session, why didn't you build it bigger? And so I do have a question, which is, if I remember correctly, you're not building it bigger because you have maxed out your funding. And then I'm going to join the chorus against the parking. And in addition to my support for this, I also talked to some of the business owners in Carytown to try to understand what the concerns were. And I appreciate that you all are taking it on yourself to put this parking here, but I actually think it's an issue of the city, that the city needs to address the fact that we don't do a good enough job of highlighting where there is parking for people who come out of town. I live here. I know how to avoid paying for parking. Everyone should really park at the Catholic parking lot that's up the street, and I'll take the heat on that because it sits empty on most Saturdays. But I don't think you all should have to bear that responsibility. I don't think we should be setting aside 16 spaces for car storage, even though those will be fun-generating car storage. I think that should be given over to you completely. And so if anyone from the development team can just help us understand, like, if you didn't have to do the parking, do you have enough money to put something else in there? Or do you have to do the parking because you have run out of money? And I think that's my question.
I'm going to actually respond partially to the money thing first. In the type of financing that we use for this site, we do have to layer like the 10-layer cake of different kind of capital stacks of financing, which is not unusual, but in particular for affordable housing. The largest source is low-income housing tax credits. It's becoming a smaller and smaller portion of this site because of our costs of construction have gone up so significantly. So it does make me wonder about the brain damage of going through that process for $13 million instead of it being half of our cost. It's, like 20% of our cost. But that does limit the height isn't such a thing. It's like the number of units and the total development cost. And because of the footprint of that site, it does limit us to a 5 or 6 story building. And once our construction costs came in, it made it even harder. And because of a variety of, and I apologize, Angela, because I said it wasn't the city, but it is city regulations, the layers and layers of regulations that the city puts on our project really made the cost go up even further. And so one of the things we had to change was the facade of the building. It's much flatter, plainer, unattractive. I am hoping what we do with it, as one person who has control over that, is have more artistic design into it after it's built, so it isn't so plain. Related to all of that, related to the parking is not a costly part of our site. There is definitely strong opinions on both sides. Angela was just telling us how she wished it was dedicated for tenants to be able to use. And we've heard that from some of our other CLC members who would like it not to be public parking, but would still like there to be parking there. I see it as a in some ways, flexible space. I think one of the callers said you could do something with it later. And I kind of view it that way as well, as like spilling out of this first floor space that we see as a very vibrant area can be a lot of activities that can spill out into that lot. It would be nice if there was some flexibility in how we use that in the future. I agree. Does that answer all of your questions?
I mean, yes, it sounds like you're going to keep the parking. I was hoping you'd give me another answer.
If someone told me I can't have parking there, I would not have parking there.
You cannot have parking there.
I'll stay because I'll probably be answering the rest of these questions.
Commissioner Clark?
So yeah, thanks again for coming out tonight. I'm really excited to see, especially such a central location, activated and developed and managed by an organization that's repeatedly demonstrated investment in this community over 30 years. And it's just really cool to think about that over 30 years, this organization, volunteers, staff, and the tenants have worked together to set gold standard in the state of Michigan, even nationally recognized for affordable and supportive housing. So we're really lucky to be having Avalon build this here, and especially that, they kind of live the values of kindness, openness, radical acceptance. and it really represents the best of Ann Arbor, and putting that in the central location again is really just important. I know that this process has been very in-depth and has reflected a deep understanding of Avalon that Avalon has with their tenants. I really appreciate the intention, as an example, of the public engagement process. And by the way, you don't have to stand up here for the whole time. I only have one question at the end.
We're not even talking about me.
Yeah, and so yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, I think it's been really impressive how thoughtful and reflective the public engagement process has been for the site. It's been sensitive to the history and the context. I appreciate the deep listening, centering voices that have historically been excluded from the city's growth and acknowledging that. And I also have full confidence that this development will be managed for the long-term good for the entire community, including current future residents of all means. The site is ideal for inclusion, access to amenities that Ann Arbor has to offer, and I'm sure that this is a process that, and responsibility that Avalon and Ann Arbor Housing Commission has not taken lightly, just being familiar with your work. So yeah, I'm really excited to have the property developed to these standards. I do think it's kind of a fun fact, maybe not so fun, but developments like this that are used public subsidies, like LIHTC, as Jennifer mentioned earlier, they're held to higher standards and regulations than market rate developments. And so this is going to be a high quality development with every detail thoughtfully planned out from the earliest stages. And Avalon has a track record of demonstrating that. Now, with all that said, I do want to bring up parking. And I just want to gently kind of ask for consideration that making sure that the design and interaction between the housing residents and the parking is carefully managed, that there's no unwanted interaction between potentially like security services and tenants, and making sure that there's clear delineation of private and public space so there's no confusion, or so that tenants don't feel like their space is being, you know, kind of violated by the public coming in and out of the parking. Also, you know, I've said a lot about Avalon just having a track record in intentional development for the benefit of the entire community and really knowing and understanding their tenants. So this is more just kind of a little just extra like kind of push, I guess, just to make sure that all those things are thought out, which I'm sure they, you know, will be. And then that like noise, pollution, safety, and building access are going to be carefully separated. And aside from that, well, even including that, because I'm very excited to have this, and I know that it'll be carefully stewarded.
Commissioner Mills.
I want to echo one of the things that was brought up in public comment, which was a question for you. How do we get more of this? And I want to note that, I mean, you have a fully affordable, all-electric building, which are things that these are the two things that we regularly are asking for. I'll also note that it's net zero ready, but not net zero. And so can you talk to us a little bit both about how affordable, about the all-electric component, fitting that into your kind of program, perform, or whatever the thing is called. And then you mentioned in the response that you gave to Commissioner Weich about the expensive things that the city requires. Talk to us about some of those things because, yeah, if you can, to the extent that you're willing.
But yes, okay, let me break this down. Height. I'm going to ask Darren to come up and stand next to me and correct me if I'm wrong. Certain things happened to our design of the building that added cost. We actually started from underground and worked our way up one day and tried to list all of those. And so starting from underground, stormwater requirements is a very expensive cost to our site. What are the other underground? The connection fees, the water and sewer connection fees, the footing drain disconnect, water mitigation fees, what else is underground? On the surface, we have large expansion of the sidewalk depth from what it is currently. And, you know, each of these things is coming from a place of good intention and adopted at different points in time historically with recommendations by city council, things that are approved by planning commission or approved by city council, that they all add costs. Like they all add costs from the material designs of what we wanted and first proposed as our material on the outside of the building, not allowed, to the height of the building. One of the things that we had to remove that we were really excited about and wanted to keep was we had built in originally a 6th floor outdoor patio. We were really pushing hard against a 55-foot limit that's adopted by the state of Michigan, but the city of Ann Arbor could, or any community could opt out of it, what triggers a high-rise building. This is the part where I need to turn to Darren and say why that matters, but I know that it impacted the depth of the floor of what we could support, which shrunk the ceilings and the height of the hallways that became uncomfortable. And I'll let you talk more about that piece of it.
You don't need me, you've got it all.
So we had to remove something that was a feature for the tenants that we really were excited and liked because of that. So there were many more things. We've got a whole list of them. But at the end of the day, what that did was force us to change the facade of the building, remove the features that we also liked of some of the, so it's not so flat, some of the, I don't know what you call it.
Porches and
Articulations of the building, and also we did have some outdoor patio decks that we weren't all 100% sure how that would end up being built, because it's hard when you only have it on some of your units and not all of your units, especially when everybody's getting subsidized. So everybody's paying 30% of their income on rent. So we had to make some design changes that I feel like made the building less attractive and felt more like a subsidized, not a market rate building, because we had so many expenses that we had to reduce to fit within our funding guidelines. There's a lot of other things too, but those are some of the big ones. And I know there's been discussions in the city in the past and hopefully in the future about, in particular, the connection fees and the mitigation fees are like two of the really expensive items.
The developer offset mitigation.
The developer offset mitigation, that there's no affordable housing, everybody's treated the same. So yeah, there's no waiver for affordable housing.
But you didn't skimp on going all electric.
Because we had made a commitment to doing that, just like we had made a commitment to doing as much parking as we could from 2019 in the beginning of all of this discussion. So I felt like, as a city employee who had made that public commitment, that I had to continue to make that commitment. Now, where we are now on the all electrification, here is for real what happens on our projects, which is it is more expensive to do certain kinds of installation of your HVAC systems. Again, Darren will have to correct me. Like, we are looking at geothermal. I think, Shannon, you brought up at that previous project. It is more expensive to install. It is hard. It is hard on a small footprint. When we looked at Catherine, we literally were putting it on every sidewalk, under the stormwater, in the alleyway, and that was at 400-foot depth. So you could do fewer wells, deeper, more expensive. Even with the Inflation Reduction Act. Inflation Reduction Act. Even with the Inflation Reduction Act offsetting some of those costs, our operating costs are going to be much higher. We can't increase our rent to cover those operating costs. We can't pass that increased cost of utilities onto our tenants, and so we have to get more subsidy up front. And so we already were like way high cost for our total development costs. Right now, our current per unit cost for 600-ish square foot one bedrooms is $450,000 a unit. 4 years ago, pre-COVID, those same units would have been closer to probably $300,000. So like that is the difference in a short time frame of what it is costing and what's making us look at our design. And one thing we don't want to do, it's one thing on what the facade looks like, it's another thing on what it looks like and feels like to the tenants who are living there. So we're trying to preserve, that high quality design and material on the inside at the very least.
Can I just ask a quick question, Jennifer? This body has been considering a potential ordinance that would require electrification. Do you have a sense of, can you quantify that 450 per unit? Would that number come down if this was not a fully electric building, if it was a typically gas-fired? And if so, do you have a sense of how much?
I mean, that's a really tough question to answer.
Okay.
There's so many variables there, Brett. I mean,
So it might not come down because of construction costs.
generally speaking, it is less expensive to put in all-electric heating equipment and the capital costs.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, in the rental market, the tenants pay the utilities.
Yep.
So if you have a developer saying, yeah, I'm happy to be all-electric, because it costs them less up front, and they don't pay the utility bills going forward. So why wouldn't they? The only problem they have is that it gets out there that their development is expensive to live in, and then that's the word on the street, so to speak, and, well, this is your rent, but then you've got this 3x, 5x utility cost that you'd pay compared to a.
So does part of that 450,000 a unit cost include building in a higher subsidy to offset the higher operational cost for you as a operating agency who's going to be bearing the cost of these utilities long term? That might not be the actual physical cost of the units, but that's what you need to bring in subsidy in order to offset those increased costs long term.
Yeah, I also want to come back to the cost of the installation. I want to come back to geothermal. We have two choices: more subsidy or raise the rents. So when we have built-in rent subsidies, that is not relevant. So half of our units have built-in rent subsidies. So we're charging, I think it's $1,300-ish unit. The tenant pays 30% of their income, so they might pay $50 or they may pay $500. Like that makes the whole project work, but half the units, we don't have project-based vouchers on them. And so we're like, what is a reasonable, affordable rent that isn't laughable? Is $1,000 reasonable? Well, that still feels like a lot when you're trying to say you're doing affordable housing. So we're like, okay, how can we get that down to $700 or $800? You have to have more development subsidy because you can't have as much money that you have to pay back to a lender, essentially. So it's got to be grant-like money. On the geothermal question, that has great benefits to the long-term operating costs if we can figure out how to pay for it up front. And so if our development costs continue to increase, we have to cut something else. So this federal funds that potentially will offset the cost, now it's like, can we build it? Can we get enough offset? But it still doesn't lower our development cost. It still brings our development cost. It's just a grant source at that point. That's where we're stuck at right now.
And to Jennifer's point, you need a place to drill those wells, right? When you have the building taking up so much space, the one benefit of the parking lot is, other than the part where the stormwater is, you can actually put it in the parking lot. Other than that, you're looking at public right-of-way to put a geothermal well, which right now we don't have permission to do, but we're talking to OSI about looking into that. So this challenge is all around. And going back to the building height thing, which is what I think you were trying to get me to say is, people say, why not build it taller? Because we really, 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 really don't want to be a high-rise. And that's why we calculated down to the road level that we're measuring our building height per building code. And Michigan, you may not know, this is the only state in the country that has a definition of high-rise of 55 feet. Every other state in the country is 75 feet.
But did I also hear you say that the city can opt out of that?
Yes, they can.
We just have not.
That's correct.
We have not opted
City
out of
council can pass a resolution. There are a couple cities, no? Lisa says no.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna challenge Lisa in this forum.
About gas, no. Same laws about bathrooms, can't change building code.
Side conversation later.
Thank you for kind of opening that up for us. I mean, because these are the things that we regularly hear, and so I really appreciate kind of the nuanced.
Feasible at 350 South Fifth. It's a mixed income, 300-ish units. Literally, our geothermal map, which is our site, let's say this is our site, the Blake Transit Center site, 4th Avenue, 5th Avenue, there are wells, every single sidewalk, every single surface, everywhere on the AAATA site, and every spot on 4th Avenue. That is how much geothermal it takes for a traditional 400-foot well to service a building that size. It is not, if you want to go 1,000 feet deep and spend a lot of money, you might be able to do it. Like we are struggling to figure that out on that site as well.
Did you all consider solar awnings?
So the problem with solar is that you did, on high-rise buildings, or not high-rise, but multi-story buildings, is that you can't get enough surface area of PV panels to offset your electrical needs.
Yeah, it's not going to cover everything. I don't think anything's going to cover everything, you know?
I mean, if you went to
Is
that
it-
onion flats thing that was put on a couple months ago, they like literally sheathed the
Sheathed it,
building.
right.
But then you start talking to Homeland and they'll tell you about the photon angle of impact on the PV, and it gets way down the rabbit hole real quick. So putting a vertical solar panel doesn't really make a lot of sense
Mhm.
from an efficiency standpoint.
Right.
You just run out of surface area.
And we are doing solar ready purely for financial reasons. We're going to add solar after it's built so that it doesn't become part of our initial development cost. That's it. That's the only reason.
Commissioner Dish.
This is really great. I just want to ask a question about trash.
It's our favorite topic.
It's
You know
really-
how much we talk about this.
I imagine. I actually can just imagine. And it just, am I understanding that you have a recycling compactor?
No, that's a mistake.
I thought so.
We're not sure where the miscommunication
No.
happened. That's not happening.
Right, I was going to say, because RAA will freak.
Yeah. No.
There's a trash compactor.
Just the trash.
Recycling is just like you have at home.
Yep.
Anybody else? Questions, comments? Commissioner Sauvé.
Just thank you. I just, that's it. I just appreciate all of you so much and all the comments that came and all the work that's put into this. And I don't know how much you don't hear it probably. So I just want to just send my appreciations out for this project and everything you do in the community. Thank you.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I wanted to thank you so much for this project, Avalon and the Housing Commission. I'm hoping that we can learn from the process that you guys used to do such great public engagement with the comprehensive planning process that we have coming up. And I also just wanted to acknowledge that we got a lot of comments about this project and support, but one of them struck me. It came from a resident of, I think, one of the Housing Commission's buildings, and just how much that I think Avalon works with, and wow, it's late, I have no words, how much all of you have really impacted his life by housing him and supporting the services. And it was a really impactful comment, and you guys do amazing work. So thank you so much.
Ready for a vote?
A vote on the 121 Catherine motions as presented. Let's start with Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibb Randall.
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Enthusiastic, yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
And Commissioner Weiss.
A very enthusiastic yes.
Motion's carried.
I just want to be clear, they still just count as yeses.
You don't get 2 votes for that. All right, motion carries. All right. We will move on to our last section of public comment. It's an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes on any issue. We'll first call on people who are present and then move on to remote. The phone access is 877-853-5247. Enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. To unmute, press star 6. We're going to call on people here first and then remotely. For either method, please state your name and address. Anybody present? One more time.
One more time. Scott Trudeau, 526 North Main Street. I'll try to be super quick. Thank you all. I just want to say, I appreciate your optimism that we will have a comprehensive plan and be implementing recommendations from that plan within 2 or 3 years. I think that's probably, in reality, not going to happen. And keeping that in mind, like, we have urgent problems we need to solve. And so I just want to underline throughout the theme of the evening, like, that urgency is real and we need to keep it up. And also, please do be listening to the real experiences of both of people like Jennifer Hall, who are trying to actually make this stuff happen for real, and also developers like who are running into the wall of reality trying to make stuff happen. Like, because, you know, we can try to hold everybody to the standards of D1 in a D1-ish project, but we're not seeing any D1 projects proposed because the standards of D1 appear to be unrealistically achievable. And so do we want to have unrealistically achievable standards that have high-minded goals that actually deliver nothing? Like no new housing, no affordable housing contributions, no ongoing tax revenue into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to help subsidize other people's homes in other parts of the city, and into the climate millage funds that help, you know, other areas of the city like make their homes more sustainable at the same time. So those are all the things we're giving up by making it so hard and making the perfect enemy of the good, and by not making room for more people. The people who get excluded are, you know, as we know, the people who get excluded. So thank you all again.
Thank you. Anybody else present?
My name is Angela Davis, 118 West Kingsley, and it's absolutely incredible that this commenter here said just about everything that I had in mind to say, which is perfect that we're all on the same page. And I don't really like to beat the dead horse because we all know what is at stake. Yes, we have a housing crisis. Affordable housing is a must. I like to look at outside the box. And it would be really awesome if the powers to be, like yourself, the city council, and whoever involved, that would put plans in motion that would come up with ideas of giving tax incentives, as this gentleman stated, to like homeowners who want to partake in a program that would allow them to turn their homes over for a certain tax break for participating in the affordable housing. Outside of just building a structure, which it would be great too, because now you're satisfying the needs of multi-couples and families and individuals, opposed to just one particular family. But however, everyone needs the access to affordable housing. And I will not say in every income bracket, because the ones that we are speaking of are those that are below $100,000. And a lot of the residents in Ann Arbor, because I'm born and raised here, in Ann Arbor, are service workers in many different capacities that do not make $100,000 and cannot live here, you know, and I may look like that I make $100,000. I try to do that every day, but I'm in that affordable housing category. Thankfully, I do have a place to live. So looking outside the box to other alternative solutions, you know, rent control. I used to live out of state in an area that had rent control. Is that something that we can even address? I don't know what sort of channels that would have to go through, if that would even pass. But these are other things that could be addressed and analyzed to see if it actually worked for us. Post-pandemic, threw everything out of the water. So now we're scrambling to make things happen for the good of all. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else present who would like to speak? Do we have anybody in line virtually?
One hand is raised, Alex Lowe. Alex Lowe, you have permission to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Alex Lowe once again, calling from 3340 Fernwood Avenue on the site of a former horse farm in the Mallett's Creek settlement, now known as the Mitchell neighborhood of Ann Arbor. We saw some wonderful action today, and I want to see more, and I want to see it happen faster. Let's get some more TC1. Let's get a comprehensive plan that eliminates the ridiculous restrictions we have for zoning, the height restrictions, the FAR requirements. Let's let our city grow as a city and not hamper it down. And let's do it carefully and methodically, but quickly, before this crisis turns into an absolute catastrophe. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are on to item number 10, Commission Proposed Business. Don't see any, so we will move on to adjournment. Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Abrams. All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.